mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown. Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators 2024. We got the solo battle royale ready to kick off a notch here for today. Joining you in this show, it is me, Cali Gaming, and I'm joined here with Warden. Man, it's been a long time since we last casted together. How are you feeling, dude?
I'm pretty excited here, and it's gonna be our first time casting battle royale together here on the Green broadcast, so it's gonna be a bit of a refresher as well. And welcome back, man. Just welcome back.
I think is gonna be interesting because you get to pick, a different loadout for each round itself. And to end the weekend, we got the 5v5 search and destroy, the classico. What we want to see is we try to end this one. Right, today we're going to be focusing more on the solo battle royale, and let's take a look at what they are going to be fighting for this season. A total of 200,000 COD points are to be fight for, distributed to the battle royale and the multiplayer mode here, Warden.
Yeah, all equal here, 100k for each category of game modes that we will be having here. For each solo champions for each end, so we'll get 6,000. Second place will get 4,000 here. For each and every region, it goes the same way. And obviously for the squads and the team here for either MP or Battle Royale, 24k for the champions. Second place will get 16k.
That's a lot, right? Already a lot if you placed second place, but even better if you get yourself at the #1 spot as much as possible. That's going to be great news for you to be able to draw once again in the upcoming draws that we got in COD Mobile Arena, and also the crates that we have in store for you guys within the game itself. Now, we're going to be looking into more of a detailed look into our Community Gladiators Tournament format as we take a look at our solo battle royale format right here. We got 3 maps each. For MYSG and PH, we started all off with the OG map, Isolated, and the most recent Blackout map that we got here for map number 2, and for match number 3, right, we got the Isolated back in there. But the point system, kind of walk us through here, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, getting the #1 placement point will get you 10 here. Number 2 will get 7. Third will get 6, 5 for 4. The rest goes on here, Cali. But for me, in regards to like solo battle royales, all eyes on those elimination points. I mean, you can haggle yourself through until the very end and possibly get 1 kill for you to be able to get that 10 points off that #1 placement. But if you want to double it down, triple it down, you got to go for those elims.
All right. I mean, just the #1 placement is going to get you 10 points, but if you can back it up with 10 points on the eliminations, it's already 20 points for you. And just try to be consistent in terms of finding your placement. I think is going to be the meta here, right? You only got 1 life in this solo battle royale. There's no one there to absolutely revive you back in this matchup. So if you die, you go back to the next lobby. You got to prepare for the map number 2 up ahead, right? So it's just playing it very passive here. And what will be the operator skills that will you invest per map for you to extend that life count even further is going to be the question we will be asking for these players that will be playing in our solo battle royale mode. They got 3 maps here. They cannot mess up back to back. They gotta start it strong, then just kind of take care of their points at map number 2 and go hard on the map number 3, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can see a lot more slow-paced gameplay here for the side of Isolated, but as soon as we move over to Blackout, which is a very much more compact map compared to Isolated, till then we might just be able to see early engagements off those drops that we're bound to see here. No, but come again, it's only for us to find out as later on, we're about to head straight towards that game. Callie, we talked about operator classes here. I want to hear your thoughts. What would you be choosing if you were partaking to this competition for this Community Gladiators?
Yeah, honestly, man, you would know that I am a very passive player. I want to get myself that smoke bomber operator skill, because once I drop that, I get to see the players inside of that smoke, and I also gain a boost from the passive skill that you get for being a disrupt player in there. How about you, though?
I mean, I think the rewind here fits perfectly for me. I love to call for recess. Every sensitive gunfight that I put myself into, taking down one player, I can go for a rewind, head straight back to the past 6 seconds before I went for that very engagement, and look for another opportunity. I think that really fits the persona that I would love to offer here in this Community Gladiators.
And that's how you want to play this battle royale, right? It's a combination of winning your gunfights plus amplifying your odds of winning it by utilizing these operator skills. And more of that we are able to go into find out here as we look into our solo battle royale. We are going to be starting it 3 maps for the Philippine region. We got a lot of names here that we can really highlight, and I think for me on this lobby itself, it has to be 4K Branny. This guy's been causing so much chaos, a lot of frags that he can do in the community scene in the battle royale tournaments that we've been having in the community. And now that he's here, there's a high chance he'll be able to pop off, right? It's just a matter of staying ready, getting that locked in as we start this map number 1.
I think, 4K Well can absolutely serve the same thing as well. And if you guys don't know, obviously, OG's Battle Royale audience, people know how much the Four Kings have been able to put up the impact in the competition for Battle Royale. So it's safe to say that you really can own the spotlight here right from on the paper, no. But we don't exactly know as well. And are they going to be able to live up to their names as the Four Kings, as part of the Four Kings crew here? Or can we see someone else, Callie?
I feel like there's going to be a lot of players that will look to try to get the number 1 spot right over here, right? It's not just the Four Kings itself, and they're amazing players that we got here. You got a lot of underdogs that might just be able to run the show on this solo battle royale and might just cause so much of this upset to go through. But again, you're starting on map number 1 at isolated, so it's also trying to locate whichever location on the map would you try to drop where there's not a lot of enemies, right? Because you want to get yourself to play passive off the start. Do not get that first death, because that means you got no points, you got no kills. You start with the 0 on map number 1. So you're gonna want to try to play passive, evade everybody else, and just try to score the points as we enter the final few circle, man.
Hey, most definitely, Matt. And coming in, in regards to the talent composition, we're only talking about the Philippines. Right after the Philippines wraps off, we still have MYSG to talk about, and I'm just gonna leave it to a surprise and who's gonna be playing here, because come again, there has been a lot of notable names as well in this very region, and maybe someday that if everything goes as consistent as we hope for it to be, maybe we can see a merged region of these very rounds. But coming again, they'll be having their own respective highlights here.
Yeah.
PH will have their own bracket, MYSG will have their own as well.
And now it's going to be a curious factor for me, right? After this solo battle royale ends, who's going to be the better player across all regions, right? Because we got them all separated in regions itself. One will be MYSG, then the other will be PH. And it's just all about finding that dominant score with kills. I think that's going to be a right way for us to actually determine who's going to be the best player in solos for all regions itself. And I think with this first 3 maps actually going to be played here, the team will have the players from MYSG will have a great idea where do they want to locate themselves when it comes to playing their matches later on, because they will be able to strategize even further later on as they look into this.
Come again, guys, a bit of a refresher as well. It's been such a long while since we have been able to see the run here for Battle Royale on this green broadcast. And, the last time we got to see this, New Vision City wasn't even a part of the map, if I'm not mistaken here. No, aka Rahana City, the theme for New Vision City, of course. And there's a lot of high-grade loot there as well. But come again, something about Battle Royale, we can always talk about the flight path, we can always talk about the hot drops, but where it matters the most, honestly, Cal, is where the first circle will start.
A first circle is going to determine where you would want to go right after, right? I mean, obviously it is random generated, so it might go up north, might go south, which is going to be depending on how you want to try to read it up. And honestly, you guys want to try to evade the hot spots on this map, right? Especially if you're isolated, you don't want to drop into the mid maps, because that's where mostly all of these players would look to try to drop from and try to get as much skills as much as you can. So just try to drop around the edges will look to try to help you secure a higher chance of scoring a lot of placement points as we try to start this map number 1 here, Warden.
Yeah, something that we kind of like got to see as well there, Callie, is that MG42, despite the fact that it was pretty dominant on the multiplayer side of the game mode, Battle Royale, it is looking to be somewhat of an option as well. Obviously, nothing can really overshadow the AK-117s, the AKs overall, alongside with like the dominance between the Strikers, the Echoes, and the JAK-12. But having this, LMG be put into the mixture, which, by the way, we have been able to see an LMG actually be used quite a lot, not until the MG42 came along.
The MG42 has no recall, even in this Battle Royale. It's just unfair to have 175 magazine, spray for like...
Or even more.
Even more, what, like 5 seconds spray, it's barely even half of the magazine, right? You still got 100 bullets on the magazine itself, which is the most boggling part about this. So if you ever try to engage up against an MG42, just duck.
Smoke bomber, bro. I think smoke bomber is really like the best option here, but at the same time, they can just go for a spray and pray. And hey, guys, if you guys don't know how to duck, Callie already gave off an impression on how to duck. So hey, better to put that on your notes, because that's exactly how you duck away from an MG42.
Yeah, I also tried to prone, but I'm not gonna show you how to prone because I'm gonna mess up my outfit. But obviously, it's not just the MG42 that will be a big factor, right? You did mention the AK-117. That is the most consistent weapon you want to try to get as much as possible on the crates that we drop, right? The airdrop that you get, you would want to get that to be able to get the custom loadout that you prepare for you to be able to outlast your opponents and get as much more chance at finding this right illuminations for you. And also, you do want to get to secure yourself some vehicles here. Snowboards are a great option, but I want me some cars. I want to drive around isolated, man.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to vehicles as well, I think the most important part here is that the Jackal is not going to be allowed to be used, which is, something I'm kind of like happy about, because unfortunate.
There's a guy in this lobby. His name is the Mr. Jackal, because he loves to play that airplane. He loves to rain down upon players, but unfortunately, he's not gonna get that.
Well,
play though.
It would be funny to see like everything gets so intense, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Jackal is just gonna be swooping around isolated, watching everything pan by. Then all of a sudden, one player is left remaining to be taken down, and all of a sudden, he just swoops down, swan diving, and then goes for an airstrike.
Oh, that's just unfair right there. Actually, now I'm gonna take that back. I'm happy that the Jackal will not be part of this, right? So you still do have your usual vehicles in there. So you got your car, you got your snowboard, which I believe is going to be the most important part here, Warden, because that's the most mobile thing that you can get and the easiest accessible thing that you're going to have on this lobby.
I mean, snowboard, you don't need to repair it at all. You don't even need no fuel for it. Obviously, it's a snowboard now. So, hey, it adds more versatility for you. It's just the fact that what kind of matters for the snowboard is obviously the terrain. You'd want to have like those up ridges to have a boost from, or just add some sense of acceleration, because you can't really properly utilize it off, a flat surface. Not until obviously, players can just make something up. But come again, it's something for us to find out later on. Callie, I just want to see the action already. I know for a fact you guys are excited there on the audience out there, alongside with you, Callie. Now, no throwing on the hot seats here, because this is Battle Royale, man. We got 30 players. We got 30 players here, bro.
I want to throw you in the hot seat right now, though.
Oh my days. Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around with you. But yeah, I do want to know more about your insights on this. Who do you think is going to have a little bit of higher kills? Because we got 30 players here, right? Obviously, they are as talented. They had to run through a qualifiers just to be here. So that means we've filtered out the best of the best solo Battle Royale players in the Philippines. And now it's just all down to grouping themselves all in one spot to try to find who's going to be the #1 player right here. So who do you think will it be, Matt, for you?
I mean, I grew up in the Battle Royale scene watching the Four Kings, and I gotta say, I'm a pretty loyal man here, Callie. I think I gotta go for either Well or I think just specifically to Well. You know, just to sum up the question right there. Well is my answer, so please, Well, if you hear this right now, please don't let me down.
Okay, I wanted to go for initially for 4K Branny, but for me, I think Koji-san.
Koji-san.
Be the underdog. Mr. Koji-san, the #1 player to absolutely get into the Battle Royale scene here. Able to duel up against Well, as well as Branny, who is currently at the number 15 spot. So we'll actually take a look at these players a little bit later on and see how they really are doing in terms of playing up against players that are of the same level as them. Remember, this is just only going to be 30 players, and on solo Battle Royale, you don't get to respawn back. There is no dog tags here. You die, you get sent back down to the lobby. You are going to have yourself to prepare for the map #2.
I mean, that is just exactly how solos rule, no matter how good you are. Let's say you drop down to, let's say, Sakura, and then you swoop around, you don't find anything at all, despite the fact that everyone is going to be vouching for you, looking out for you, you know, hoping the best that you might be able to perform well. You can't find any weapons. You meet someone that's doubted, you get taken away, and that is it. First round said and done. You don't get anything at all.
And this is why I was trying to bring out the topic of just playing it passive until the last 2 circle opens. I mean, closes, right? I mean, that's just how you really try to play it. If you are #1, you get 10 points, which is huge if you don't got any kill points. And you can just try to do that same exact strategy right here, right? Just play the camping game like me when I play Battle Royale, and just hopefully we get to be favored at the very end. Because you know what, man? If you have bad loot off the start, you get crates absolutely drop from the sky from the planes, right? And obviously that's going to be all across the map, random generated. Once you're able to at least hop on one of those crates and get your custom loadout, that's going to increase your chance of finding the bounce back and getting these eliminations to favor your side come that late game. So just try to play it passive as much as you can. If you're playing on this map #1, just try to look at the pacing of the game and try to check out what kind of players are you dealing with. Once you enter that map #2, you're going to have a great look on it. You're going to have a nice read on it, Warden.
I mean, that's something like kind of like missed out on as well for Battle Royale. People don't actually know how much preparation it involves, especially when you take care of your, you know, loadouts. Yeah, having your loadout set it up is such a big factor here. But guys, I know you guys have been waiting. We have been waiting all throughout here, and finally, in just a moment or so, we're gonna be heading straight to the first round of the solo Battle Royale.
I can't wait to see how this is gonna go, right? We got the Philippine region solo players had to go through so much on the qualifiers to get here, and now they're about to play the decider of who's gonna take that #1 spot in this region and also take away the huge sum of the prize pool, man. This is going to be insane as we are about to get ready up, get that flight pad here. I want to make some bets. I feel like there's going to be a lot of players coming in from the farm drop. I think there's also going to be a great player amount on the standoff map here. How about you?
I mean, I'm just gonna leave it down to, let's say, the platform perhaps. But in all honesty, it is just something that is just so hard to predict. And, you know, hot drops is also another factor. But come again, guys, where it matters the most is where the first initial zone or circle will open up. And here we go. We are now transitioning inside of this game. Callie, take it away.
Oh, let's get it. Let's see where the flight pad is at for our first game in the Community Gladiators 2024. Match 1 solo PH Battle Royale starts now as we move into isolated map #1. Only 27 players had made it here. And now we're going to take a look at our high tier zones as we have our map ready up. It is going to be Koji-san right in front of you. He's going to have an early drop here, Warden, right through Ski Town. So there's a lot of members that's going to be here around.
Definitely. I mean, the whole flight path here is going to be slicing from dormitory all the way down to military institute. So that is going to be pretty centralized in regards to the flight path. But come again, it's something for us to find out later on where's the first circle going to be located at. But moving over now, fortunately for them, we do get to see 27 players in the lobby and no slays not just yet. So this is going to be a pretty stalemate after all. I wouldn't be so surprised if everyone's going to be playing passively, because this is officially the first round of this category for the tournament.
Yeah, so a lot of players just drop on the upper ground of this map, right? So it's just going to be Koji-san right here, trying to get as much loot as possible. You go with that AK-47. Also, the ski board already up and in, so that's going to be nice for him to have. Gotta have to worry about the players nearby, though. That's going to be 4K Branny, the one I anticipated to be better on this map. Let's see if he's going to get hunted here by the ski board user in Koji-san as they try to scatter around the map. Looks like there's going to be some bloods here. Koji-san wants some gunfights, and 4K Branny is about to have the high ground there, so he just have to utilize that properly as Koji-san looks to relocate.
I mean, it's a big deal here for Koji-san if he's going to be able to take this one away, but he pulls out now, and looking like he is going to be calling for a reset, but not going to back away from the gunfight, not just yet. After all, he does have enough arsenal to go for the fight. But off the camera here, Callie, we have already been able to see 2 players getting taken away. One was located in Sanitarium, and it was done by LFC Dope, the first Blood Reaper so far for this tournament.
And also Grim, he was able to get 1 kill there to make up the 2 players that went down. So take a look at 4K Branny in here. It's got a lot of vehicles to play around the map. As Koji-san just tried to play around the map, right? I mean, it's just inevitable for us to not have this gunfight right here. Koji-san decides to hit the first shot. And Branny just wants to get this attack to happen. The defender is going to be dropped in. Branny now falls back. Now he gets the armor shattered, and Koji-san needs to flee away from this as he fits back all that armor packs. Branny trying to go out for the hunt. He's got the AK-117 and the MAC-10 already in his hands. He's got the winning ways. He's got the high ground. Koji-san, he needs to back away here. Run away.
Oh, but Analicious is just watching from afar as well, up top, waiting for the perfect time to go for the swan dive. This is a 3-way showdown here, Callie. So undefined on how this one's going to play out, but Brandy's attention is just directed to Koji-san. But Analicious is just waiting, and at the same time, I think Brandy's going to fall away, and I think that might be an option, but at the same time, he's going to try to wrap around.
Oh my god, let's run away from the altercation, man. This is just too risky for you. You're caught in the between. Analicious, as well as Koji-san. He's going to try to go for a second here. Branny's just taking his time. He's got all of the vehicles ready up. Branny's going to be shot by Analicious. And there we go. Gunfight by Analicious to take down Koji-san. He's got 1 more to finish up. The food is right in front of you. You got to be able to finish it.
Fan favorite 4K Branny already here up front. Koji-san as well is already eliminated. If Analicious can claim these 2 players, this is going to be a pretty big statement. All eyes on you, Analicious.
Oh, Brandy, come on, man. You've been trying to play with your food for so long. You're not able to get 1. Now you're able to get third-partied by Analicious, who almost took it down. So it's going to go for a re-wrap. He's not going to have any snowboard around, so that's going to be tough. Now there's a guy from the helicopter there. That's going to be Chicky. Going to have himself a lot of these moments. Absolutely kind of players that will be down below. He's gonna try to reposition, and Brandy's gonna get himself away from the gunfights.
Yeah, off the cam as well, Mr. Jackal has been able to claim 1 kill, 1 elimination here so far. I mean, to run it down, we haven't been able to see any players get 2 here. So everything is pretty equal here so far here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a stalemate here as we could not really get an info on where the circle is at, right? But most likely it's still going to be pretty free for you, everybody here. And Chick is just going to try to give us a run of where isolated is. He may have spotted Grim already. He has 1 kill already. You got Easier Blue in front of your screen, just trying to run his way into greens. And yeah, just trying to get the high ground. Maybe have a lookout as we hop into this.
I mean, 6 minutes and 18 seconds already inside of this game. First circle here, about to wrap off, and looking like on the feet as well. Unbo 2008 Cat gets taken away by Anorex Ad, and kills are spontaneous here, Callie. Nats finds Choco as well.
Oh, Nats, come on. He's just in it to win it right now. He's got every weapon. He is nuts. No pun intended on that. That's his name. All right, let's see what he got here, Warren. Let's see what the armor looks like. It's going to have 150 already in there, but the weapons, not exactly what you want right now, but he's gladly gonna take that gunfight right there to increase his arsenal. And also picking up a snowboard, gonna be very huge for him to be mobile around the map and just move in there as fast as he can.
I mean, you know, it is gonna be a bit of a reset here once more. I'm glad to see that we're not really seeing anyone dominant here so far, but coming in, it is now gonna be PDG Linux getting near up against Remy here on docks here, Callie.
Remy is the rat from Ratatouille, right? So can he rat his way through this? Guess that is going to be important. You don't want to get yourself caught in between this fight. But it's gonna take that gunfights head on, dude. Remy is gonna have himself the HS, which is one of the weapons that you really want to have here. And it just so happened to be the same weapon that Linux has in his hands.
Does have an M4 as well. Pretty staple weapon in the battle royale scene. Can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. He's already got his operator's kill with a purple chip already acquired, so he's going to be able to grapple onto those high grounds even better than Remy. So come this surprise attacks, he'll just be able to cling into those high grounds, get himself to escape in these very nasty situations. But on the flip side, 80, he's got himself a med kit here, like a medic operator skill, which is something you don't really expect to be, but it does really increase your way into winning these gunfights. If you ever do try to win those close range, just gotta drop that in there and just put yourself in a spot to absolutely wing it.
Now we get to see here just one player on the outskirts here of New Vision City, gonna be roaming across. Just have two players have to deal with here, and that's gonna be tricky. And one is gonna be Remy, if I'm not mistaken. So this might just turn into a heavy battlefield here, Callie.
Adoboito, you just gotta try to put yourself in a better spot here, man. Don't try to chase everybody around. You're just trying to deal so much attention right in front of your face. Now there's gonna be three players there. They're just kind of driving in circles. Like, man, didn't know this was Fast and Furious. But hey, who first one to go and drop out of their vehicle dies. I feel like that's gonna be the case here.
I know, if ever they want to, like, you know, pull away from the gunfight, they can just head straight to New Vision City. It is absolutely its own map, Callie.
Yeah.
And they're looking like they want to spawn in another hover bike. So it's going to be a what? Hover bike mania here in New Vision City.
Well, at this point, we got to have a race. And that's how you want to try to do it, right? Adoboito, I believe,
all around isolated.
I think he has... When he went in north side, he went in at the southern portion already. Right now, he is at New Vision City to get himself another hover bike. Okay. On the other side we go. We got
can't have too much.
Wowie. Come on. Come on. Grapple.
You can do it.
Grapple
you can do it.
properly. Come on. Grapple properly.
Let's go.
There we go.
Well, let's go here. I mean, look at this. This is the most players we have been able to see so far in one vicinity. Already one gunfight inside. And that's going to be Remy out already. Flair takes him out away from Onbo. And he is going to be calling for a reset. Analicious gets the call as well. Coming in, Analicious already took away Koji-sang. So it's a no joke. Definitely not a joke to deal with. Analicious can definitely burn your dreams down.
But Flair's got himself 2 kills here. He's been doing better, right? He's got 2 custom loadouts in there already. He's got the AK-117 that he wants that can bring him this gunfight. He's got a smoke ready just in case a push happens on his close range where he can invade those gunfights. Now it's just going to be a little bit far out of this circle, but he's just in distance to actually make his way over there. Now we got some gunfights here. Grim may have spotted Ellie while we already. Nade is going to be thrown out. Ellie while we just tried to regen back as much as possible. That nade is going to fly away from his location. He's got the high ground, the RPD in his hands. Not sure if this is the gunfight you want to take if you're Grim. You got completely a height disadvantage right here. You only got your nades to help you.
I mean, Ellie Wawi has the DLQ as well, so if range is the question, not going to be a problem here for Ellie, but looking like she does go away, which might just be a mistake, as Grim here is going to go for the trail, going to go for a chase down, knows exactly where Ellie is at, drops the smoke, and he wants to go for this. Keep in mind, he has a KRM. This is going to be pretty dangerous here for Ellie, and Grim goes for the spray down, gets the kill.
Oh, Grim, able to pick up another kill. He is the Grim Reaper. Now we got ourselves 13 players alive in this lobby. We're drawing closer to the end of this match. And you got Onbo Flair doing great with 3 kills. You got AD with 1 on the outer side of this map. And there's also instances where you got players like Lord Grim himself getting 2 kills already in this match. You got Brownie on the kill feed taking down Now we got some action here. 3 players in the same area.
Oh yeah, man. Here we go. AD is gonna go for the spray down, finds the perfect opportunity, but a bit of a 2-cent finish right there on the Flair. Gonna call for a reset as well. Knows for a fact there's gonna be plenty of players all around. 4 players in this vicinity here, Callie.
Grim is about to take another Reaper here. And that's going to be a Flare, right? The player's been doing absolutely well on this match. He's got himself 3 kills, the highest in the lobby by far. Now, I feel like Grim is just trying to go wing in for the better engage later on. Maybe striking when the players are at its weakest. Right now, on your screen, it's Enuma. Not having any gunfights here so far, but right earlier, right, we saw about to be a fight right in front of you, and this was 80 trying to engage. He's got the higher ground here. Flare just slowing things down.
Flare coming in, has 3 kills, probably the most here so far, but on the feed, Brandy finds Easy R Blue, and Blue has been able to get 2 kills before he goes down. Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on the run already, but with that kill being said, Brandy finds 2 of his own as well, but someone has to be on par with Unbu Flare and looking like he wants to go for another gunfight up against AD before he departs from this vicinity.
Just gotta be careful now. Oh, it's a close range, and AD managed to take him down with the Bison. And the Boito is gonna be close by. Pain off the circle is gonna be felt here extremely by NRX AD, but the great part about this is got a hover bike to roam around the map and get himself in the better spot as possible. Got himself that medic operator skill, so now he's properly healed up. Now it's just all about trying to outrun, outdrive, but the Boito is going to be from the back of his actual flank right now. If you ever do drop, he's gonna be able to gang you up.
Oh, why go inside back into the zone? I think he wants to go for a possible loot here. Yeah, resources might just be an option, but at the same time, you know, we are talking about phase 3 of the circle already, and this might start to hurt as soon as it closes up. Better make sure that you know what exactly you are doing. But overall, Cali, 8 players remaining out of the 27 that we started off this lobby.
I mean, Unbo, JC is still alive here, right? So he might just be the guy that you want to watch out for come that late game. Now, for Enuma, hasn't really found a lot of engagements as much as the other players like AD and Grim. But he's done a great job just keeping himself alive in these instances. Just trying to play for that placement points, which is absolutely what you want to be able to get here. Right now, we only got 8 teams left, so if you ever do drop here, at least you get a point from placement points. But technically, you want to get that top 3 placement here to at least give yourself 6 points to end map number 1.
I think, yeah, with the pacing that we have been able to see how the gunfights has been panning out here in this very round, Cali, placement points might just be the way to go for you to be able to put your names up on the pedestal. With, like, what max kills that we haven't been able to see here so far was just 3 here, and it was done by Flare only. I mean, we got Mr. Jackal, Branny, Grim, alongside with AD tied up with 2, but there's some Flares as well with nothing at all. But maybe we can see it multiply as soon as the zone closes out.
You see, Boito is currently in between Branny and Potato. So now he's just heard the gunfight on this corner on the left side. Now he's been able to get that information. Now he's going to be flying through. He's going to evade the gunfight here so far. That's absolutely huge because that guy was running hot with all of the guns that he's got in his hands, right? So just trying to scan this one. On the other side is Branny. 2 kills for him, and got an FHJ as well as a AK-117 with 78 magazine on that. Now he's gonna have a Jack 12 in there just for those close range gunfights. He's prepared to play this late game.
Yeah, I mean, Branny, coming in fan favorite, almost was taken away by Analicious earlier, as Analicious was able to crawl itself to in between and Kardisang and Branny. But fortunately for Branny, made a proper call, just pulled away from the gunfight, and now look at him, part of the top 7 of this very round here so far.
There's no player really right beside Grim right now, right? So he's just trying to give himself a little bit of a space to hear all of those sound cues. But now he does spot a Boito who's gonna have a hoverbike. I don't think it's going to be able to outrun him, who's got a vehicle right here. But he does need, a smoke grenade to at least conceal his location, because at the Boito, once he hops up, it's going to be a gunfight. Grim now has to make a choice. Does he flee or fight? He's gonna try to survive. He wants those placement points, and he wants to take a better look at the Boito later on.
Yeah, the Boito here is just putting a lot of pressure up against his ops here. So props to him in this one. That's gonna be making things more interesting. But Grim looking like he wants to go for some nades here, perhaps cluster nade here. Not gonna throw it down. Really good choice for Boito here to draw some distance away, as he was getting a lot of damage off the zone. So hey, props to him. Could have ended terribly here for Boito.
I mean, this is just great for Grim, right? He's just not too greedy. He's finding that right balance in there. But the problem here is that if he ever wants to hop up here, the Boito is going to have the high ground. So he's just going to try to take that challenge head on. Here it comes. The AK-1
Oh, no.
just trying to pull in so much of this attacks. And the Boito not really buying it. He doesn't want this gunfight. He just wants to mess around here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of situation already where the Boito could have just went for the spray down. But he's... what? Already happy with no kills.
Yeah,
no kills at all.
He's playing with this meal. I think I'm gonna take that. I'll take that. Right? Just mess with the brain of your opponent, dude.
You enjoy. You just enjoy.
Enjoy playing with your food, man. Have you ever tried that?
No. Bad luck. Oh no!
Speaking of bad luck, Enuma just got himself ganged up. Now it's gonna be AD with his 3rd kill. Now he's gonna have to take the challenge up against Branny here. Mr. Jackal is going to be right across the map. So if there's ever going to be another gunfight here, he might just be able to jump them.
Pretty risky here for AD to be proning out, but the Boito finds Grim off that hover bike.
He hit him with the hover bike. Oh no! Somebody give that guy a violation, a hit and run.
Revoke his license.
And the Boito, that's not allowed.
Look at him.
He's a menace, man. Look at
cruising around.
Oh, he's gonna try to gang up Brandy here.
No way. Not Brandy. Not Brandy.
Just get in the high ground. Just get above the rocks.
Yep.
Ice
too big. What are you gonna do?
His ice is too big, so he cannot. He cannot lose his gun.
He can see everything.
Yeah. Apart from that, he's too cold too. Ice too big in Tagalog means water. Ice too big in English means water. That's cold. That's
ice water, but we don't call it ice too big. We call it ice water.
Ice water. Yeah. Well, we got 5 players left.
Uh-oh. Jackal Rue here is gonna be pretty much next beside Ice too big. The Boito is gonna be right across. Come again, 5 players remaining here. Moment intensifies, Callie.
Circle is gonna close in. You can see it will favor Mr. Jackalroo. The Boito now hops out of the vehicle. With the Jack 12, we got 4 players left here. Circle is about to close in 18 seconds. You need to be able to find the right rotation here. If you're Branny, you have been the favorite player so far. Can you convert this into a round win will be the very main question as the circle closes in 6 seconds.
Oh, look at this. 2 opportunities, but Jackalroo finds Ice too big out. And now it's going to be 3 players remaining here. Jackalroo, Branny, and RX80. Zone closing out here. Jackalroo does have the zone in favor for him. NRX80 is going to be just right across, but 40k Branny can come in with a surprise here, Callie.
You can just play the third party. That will be all right. You already secured yourself the top 3 here. You're going to end up with 6 kills at least. Brandy takes down Jackalroo. It's a 1v1. Can 80 go in for the third party here? He's got the upper ground. He's got the better spot on this map right now.
Oh, spots Brandy out. I don't think Brandy has any information at all. And has the shotgun here. Drops down, gonna go for the challenge. Missed the first shot, but the rewind comes in. Perfect reset here for Brandy. And he's gonna be able to take him down. Brandy wins the first round.
What? A way to win it.
4K.
With the rewind, with the reverse jump, Brandy.
Solo King.
First map, he gets 10 points on that #1 placement and all of the eliminations that he's got there. Huge
15 points.
Huge for him to take the #1 spot at the end of map #1.
And it's crazy as well that he came from a very close call up against Analicious during the gunfights that were happening on the snowy skirts of the map. But guess what? He was able to sustain it until the very end. And my, oh my, you got to talk about that play off the rewind. Went for the rewind, bam to the bam, goes for the spray down. Easy just like that. It didn't even had to go down to where there was no circle to be played with anymore.
You can see the real value of that rewind there from Brandy, right? 6 seconds was the duration. The last 6 seconds where you are at last time is going to be where your last location would be once you hit that button, right? And that's where initially you want to get that bait in. Once AD fell for it, he hit that rewind button. He hops back into that gunfight. Now that he knows that there was a player there on that location, immediately goes in for the beatdown with the AK-117 plus the Jack 12 combination right there. We thought he's going to lose that gunfight because it was the opponent that he was going up against that has the higher ground in NRX AD, but no, that's not going to be the instance right there with the help of that rewind.
The rewind, biggest factor out there. I think, you know, I mean, I was able to talk with a few players from the battle royale scene, and they said rewind is really like one of the best ways to go. Aside from, let's see, you know, the defender and the poltergeist, rewind is so situational, but at the same time, you know, once you executed it properly, especially in detrimental situations where it is the decider who's going to be able to win that very round. Hey, Brandy showed us a good example on how to use the rewind.
I mean, this is how you want to, that's what you expect, right, for a player from Four Kings. And unfortunately, we couldn't really see well in there, try to play this one to his best of capabilities. But one thing for sure, Brandy, his effort in just dominating the community tournaments is paying off in this 1v1s. Especially here in the solo battle royale, right? He was thinking bigger picture. We know that he was playing aggressive off the start. We saw him just trying to take a lot of gunfights up against Koji-sang as well as Analicious back when they were at Ski Town. But even the gunfights there, even if he was aggressive, he was able to calculate that come that mid game and just look into this fight. But that's going to be the wrap up for map number 1 here, Warden. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the standings and we enter map number 2. We'll see you guys after this break.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. for Synthwave Showdown.
And we are back here in Community Gladiators 2024. Time check, it is 17:50. That will be 5:50 in +8 Greenwich time. And we're going to be looking into our standings for our match number 1 as we hop into map 2, Warden. We saw Branny just came in with a great dominant map number 1 where he was able to clutch that rewind operator skill and turn that into a map win.
Yeah, most eliminations, you're still going to go to 80 with 7, but with Branny getting the last and final casualty up against 80, that secures him 10 points off the placements, accumulating 15 in total, 80 with 10, which is not too far behind here, Callie. And, you know, guys, for you all that was able to see earlier, it was isolated. This time around, better turn off your lights. We're going to be heading straight to Blackout.
I mean, this is a map that combines a lot of, you know, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare maps in there, but I do want to get myself in that middle of the map. I want to go the firing range here because that's where all of the action is going to happen, right? But also to open yourself in the deserted maps here, where it's just kind of open in Turbine and Asylum, where you're just going to have a lot of loots and the Warden. If you're going to drop in Blackout, where would it be?
I mean, I think Rivertown is really the way for me to go because, you know, it does open a lot of options if ever, let's see, the zone starts to resolve around Asylum or Turbine, or maybe, you know, firing range or, you know, cargo docks. It does give me the best rotations out there, at least for me, because, you know, I'm pretty familiar with Blackout, and that's really like my pathing if ever I was in this competition for this Community Gladiators.
It makes a lot of sense to drop at Rivertown, actually, because most of the action will be at firing range. Once you're able to loop on Rivertown, you can just head up north. Then you can just go in for the third party. Poof. I think, thank you for giving me your strategy. I will try to keep that in mind once we hop into Battle Royale next time. If ever we're going to match up in the lobby, I'm gonna drop in Rivertown and beat you down early so you thought.
Okay, here we go again with the quote-unquote stream sniping between us, Callie. I did it, you're gonna do it as well.
I won against you on a 1v1 with your sniper. I am an SMG user, but hey, we're going to be hopping into our map number 2. Into Blackout we go. Let's see where our number 1 player from map number 1 drops here. 4K Branny entering this match with 15 points, 5 coming up from kills.
Yeah, I mean, looking like the flight path here is going to be slicing from the start of factory in between to the end of construction site and estate. So come again, it is still looking to be a pretty centralized flight path. I don't think Hydro Dam might be an option here from the get-go.
It's hard.
But pretty unfortunate, alongside with Asylum perhaps, but come again, you know, that is only really like the initial flight drops. What matters the most, guys, get a quick reminder for you all, is that it is surely that first circle where it's going to be headed straight into.
Branny is just going to head into the most active spot, right? If this was a squad match, right through firing range. Now you're into construction site if you're Remy. A lot of verticality on this map and a lot of angles to cover from. But the best part about this, Remy already's got that weapons. He's going to drop down and try to chase Analysis to get the first blood in this matchup. Who's going to win the gunfight? It is going to be Remy, barely scraping by with the HS to take down Analysis early.
Yeah, burst, shotgun to the face, and guys, this is Blackout at its finest. Come again, only 2 minutes and 40 seconds inside of this game, and we got to see already 4 players already eliminated. 4 players, Callie.
And there's more going to drop here by the time we end the next 4 minutes of this action. We are at construction site where there is still 3 players trying to fight to get some resources within this spot. You got Enuma here with the buy 15 and another AR, which is going to be pretty nice. But if you want to focus your attention onto the players just really close to each other right there, it's just going to be very tough if you lose this gunfight. Again, if you place somewhere around the 20th spot, you got no placement points to get here, Warden.
Oh, look at this. Look at this bird's eye view of Chicky, Remy, and Numa. I mean, Chicky and Remy, I think they're already having a casualty here just by looking at the... I think I saw a possible usage of that utility, but on the feed from afar, what I mean is that Grimm is out already.
That's rough. Grimm had the great start on map number 1 at Isolation.
Definitely.
Yeah, he scored himself at least top 5 on that, but now that he drops, he barely gets anything from the placement points, and hopefully he got at least 1 kill. But even that is not going to be huge. Now he's just going to be back at the lobby. Here we got Remy, the one who took down Analicious a little bit earlier. He's hearing all the sound cues. He spots Chicky. He knows where he's at. He's got the high ground advantage. Now you got a smoke grenade that you can utilize to try to get that player away from this construction site. And he's making a lot of noise, right? Sliding and jumping every time. Little does he know he's being hunted by Remy.
I mean, look at him just crouching like a duck. You know, this is exactly how it looks when you put up an air ball in basketball practice. You're going to be duck walking all throughout the basketball court.
And the coach is going to bench right after that air ball.
Are you the type of coach, Callie?
I am that type of coach, man. Give me 2 air balls straight. You are out of the lineup. Get out of my team.
Okay, now I'm going to be playing under you.
Yeah, it's better that we keep it to ourselves, right? Become a rival or something. I already beat you in 1v1s.
I'm certainly not beating you in basketball, Callie.
So it's 2-0, maybe not, right? But here we go. Gunfights are now inevitable here. Chicky now pops in.
Oh, so clean.
Not chickening out. And Numa is down. Remy comes into the gunfight. And he's going to get that trade with the H's. 2-1-2-6. And Remy with an early 2Ps here, Warden.
Well, look at that slide right there. Just perfect. So smooth. Did it exactly the same thing. Just showing to us how he did it. And guess what? Even if his zone is not going to be revolving around him, he does have a helicopter to play with. But hey, Kaji-san, come again. One of the crowd favorites here. The spot 1 player inside of the vehicle. That is going to be dope. But from next to the vicinity as well, there is still going to be another player as well.
The classic Blackout, just like what you say, right? Non-stop gunfights, even if it's just the first 6 minutes of the game. Right now, it's just dope. Just trying to squander around. You got Kaji-san just kind of across, right? I don't think he's got a snowboard and any vehicle to play around with here that can be utilized for him to escape the situation. Mr. Deck himself is going to be here. He's got eyes on Koji-san. He can just hit the button right here and open it up. And now he can get himself his 2nd kill.
I think he's not going to go for the engagement. Yep, closes the garage again. He's like, yep, okay, not going to go for that 5, but he does break the window. And that is going to be offering and possibly just, you know, giving literally a window for him to go for the gunfight if ever.
Okay, just keeping it very patient. Again, you're still in the 20 placement points area, right? And obviously, if you place 20, it's not going to be looking good for you. You get no placement points, 0. So if you ever have eliminations, it's only going to keep you at the leverage. But even that, right, you're only going to get 1 or 2 kills. If you place at least top 5, maybe you get those 4 points to increase yourself chances of climbing up the leaderboard. Now, for Koji-san himself, he's going to get himself a better driver. He's going to get a better car. So now he's going to move out, just get some more information as much as possible. You wanted to take down Branny here, who's still alive in this gunfight. And he takes the first airdrop right now, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be uplifting his arsenal or loadout. And, you know, come again. You hand down a loadout to arguably the best player here so far inside of this lobby. That is not something that you'd want to see, especially if you are part of this competition.
I agree. Branny, if you give him that AK-117 and that Kilo 141, it's going to be oblivious. Right now, he's got himself a chopper. He's going to switch here for he's trying to get the FHJ to work up against Choco, who's got a vehicle, actually. And once that locks in, Choco, he might just have to evade his weapon now. Is there? Choco He's gonna feel the pressure from the sky and is going to escape. Trying to escape. Trying to fire up against Branny. I don't think this is the right gunfight for you, but you do have the initial weapons that you want to take this gunfight. You got the AK-117 and then the HS-2126.
Yeah, now Brandy's gonna be skydiving here. Spot him down out in the open. Choco, did you actually want this gunfight? Brandy is mad. You took down the helicopter, and now he wants to go for the rewind.
Wow!
To pull away from the gunfight. I mean, could have been a good choice, and at the same time, might have been the best choice, actually. Was a bit too risky. Keep in mind, Potato is actually around the perimeter as well. Yeah. So, hey, props to Brandy on this one.
I mean, also, Choco has what it takes to kill Branny right now, right? It may look like he had the height advantage earlier, but Choco has got himself the weather weapons here, right? The meta weapons that can get you those eliminations. Still need those custom loadouts, though, to get you those extra bit of magazine in it. And for him right now, he's only got 30 magazine on his AK-117. Needs to get something higher than that if he does want to spray down enemies within his sight.
I mean, the 2126 might just be the weapon of choice for him, especially if it's going to go down to close quarter combat. Put some chip damage off the 117, close it out with a 2126. Till then, he might just be able to chain it down to, you know, find a lot of those eliminations here. But Cali, you know, I think it has been like 2 minutes already since we've seen a pretty fair stalemate. And that's something what I like now, because we totally like anticipated as well that there's just going to be constant gunfights. But everyone knows this is the second round, and you got to play this one safely. But unfortunately, Shiruka going to get taken down by Koji Sang here. So that is going to be another successful clash here for Koji Sang.
I feel like Koji Sang is very near to Branny, right? For sure, he's going to be somewhere across his lane. And he's just going to try to get away with it, right? He got an airdrop. He's got a custom loadout with the AK-117. So that's going to be nice for him to move around the map for now. It's Jackaroo and Ice Tubing that's going to be across his lane. So does he want to get these gunfights, or does he want to avoid this? Because there's just so many active players looking to try to get some kills in this location right now where he's at.
Oh, drop the flare. Dope. Can't afford to get shot off from that FHJ, and unfortunately the flare is not going to be enough to mitigate the force coming from the side of Branny. He spots him out in the open, playing next to the shed.
Very dangerous.
He is able to call for the reset, and there's going to be pretty massive distance for him to play around with here. So Branny's going to be out in the open. Not going to be the best looks here for Branny. This is looking to be a pretty nifty situation for both ends here, Cali.
A very dangerous spot where Branny is at. He's just walking right exactly in the open, and all it takes is one guy with a vehicle to jump him. Or even worse, a guy coming in from the skies, right? From the helicopters. And we got another elimination here. Mr. Koji Sang trying to work his way up. He's one of the first players that got eliminated earlier. And at map number 1, he's got himself 2 kills, off to his winning ways. Branny, looking at his position right now, he wants some blood here.
I mean, this guy's just hungry. After all, he has been able to prove himself already in the very first round. What more as well, if he can rack up the skills here as well for this very respective round. Has to have FHJ. He spots that vehicle out, but he's not going to go for the engagement. Instead, he wants to go for the drop as well. But Dope here wants to close it out. Up against Ice Too Big. Going to try to run away, but going to go for the rewind. And now he's going to be at the back. But Ice Too Big says nope. Yep, going to call for the reset. Drop the plates in. And let's see how he can handle the rest of this gunfights.
The great part about this is he's got himself some cover here, right? He's got himself inside of the house, a very tricky spot as well to hide away from his eliminations. Right now, you want to get the nearby crate, but Dope's just trying to figure out where this player is at. Now, this is where the nades are going to be useful, just for you to get some information on the location of Ice Too Big inside of that building right there. But instead, he just chooses to hide in the passengers. He's a passenger princess! You don't laugh every night. Talk to me all this night. I don't know the lyrics. But he's a passenger princess!
No way.
Look at
Do
that.
it!
Oh!
Koji
Sang!
Rewind! Doesn't matter!
Oh!
It doesn't matter for Koji Sang. He couldn't rewind anyways. He was there for more than 6 seconds, so he couldn't go so far. But Ice Too Big finds Koji Sang out, and that's gonna be the first kill here for Ice Too Big. Koji Sang though finds Stu before he goes down. But look at this! Look at this circle here, Callie.
the circle and also this location. Oh, everybody's got themselves some cars. Everybody is wealthy. But you know what? Branny's got an FHJ. He can destroy one of these cars.
Definitely. I don't know what's gonna be the call here. Brandy still hasn't gotten any kills. Keep in mind, there's only 11 players left. If he wants to rack it up, we need to see more aggression. More aggression from him. Mr. Jackal spots a vehicle out in the open. Gonna go for the shutdown, but no detonation from there. He is attracting a bit of attention. I'm not sure if Brandy knows that he is gonna be around. Come again, Cali. 11 players left here in this very round.
Yeah, still not going to give you any placement points here. You want to be patient more than this. Brandy still hasn't gotten any kills despite of that amazing performance on that map number 1. Has an FHJ to play around to mess with the vehicles of the opponents as he's got. There's a nearby crate available for him to get an extra weapon outside of that FHJ, which is about to run out of the ammo. So maybe a Jack 12 would be pretty nice for him once you get those coast unloaded in. Here we go. We got Choco on the other side of the map. He's gotten that information on B-Bomb, but he does not have the exact location on where exactly he is inside of that building.
Come again now. Choco on top. B-Bomb here just hoping for the best, but I'm not sure if the attention of Choco is diverted to the drop right there. And now B-Bomb here just sitting, waiting for someone to go in. Keep in mind, he has a Jack 12. Whoever enters, you will meet demise.
Don't lock the door, even if you're the FBI. That guy has got himself a Jack 12. And Brandy's going to take that custom bullet once again. For sure, he's got himself the Jack 12. And Choco, he's going to lose the gunfight. Brandy, even despite not having the high ground, just shreds it to pieces to finally get himself his first kill.
And not only just that, I mean, he wasn't the first person to go for the shots, but he still was able to connect enough to get the kill. In 2008, from Moonbow finds one as well, but Brandy knows exactly where that gunfight took place. And look at Unbo 2008 Cats here just running away for their life. 4K Brandy wants a piece out of it.
Yo, can we get to see more gunfight from me? 2008 Cat is willing to go outside of the safe zone because of how much threat Brandy really is. So as we try to deal with Brandy here, who's going to be the elephant in the room on his last 8 players standing, he's probably going to look for more players now that he's properly set up. He's got his rewind fully locked in for some gunfights. He's got the AK-117 and the Jack 12 for this gunfight up against B-Bomb, who's just gonna try to scavenge some of these resources. Now he's out for the hunt. Can see how he does this.
Brandy, come again. The Reaper of that very first round was able to take a lot of those eliminations and at the same time was able to win it all throughout the placement points. But he's not going to be going too aggressive here. So, hey, not you know, looking down on it at all. After all, if, let's see, the zone starts to close out, B-Bomb still has to go away because he is playing outside on the outskirts.
Yeah, Brandy's just going to try to relocate, right? Maybe see some more players outside of this location because B-Bomb, he's been hiding on that spot for so long. It's just not with just Brandy here, right? He's been doing that for the fast 4 minutes. So he's just really taking his time hiding inside of this cubby, waiting for the FBI to open this one up and tear it apart. But you don't want it to be Brandy, because Brandy's got that weapons to absolutely shred you here.
B-Bomb has been in here for like what, 4 minutes already?
Yeah,
if you want to talk bro, if you want to talk about like playing for the placement points, B-Bomb is the perfect example.
And Brandy, you want to check him out here real quick. Hey, yo, let me holla at you real quick. Are you still there?
Yeah, I mean, Brandy is just waiting.
And now it kind of right back into the safe zone.
Oh, direct hit off that FHJ though. And I think that came from Unbo 2008 Cat.
Yeah.
So Brandy is going to be in a pretty far-fetched situation now here, man.
We got our circle right exactly at the train station where you got Linux and Jackal. Jackal has been placing great so far in the first 2 maps, right? Just failed to convert, even though he had the best position on the last map. Here this time, just trying to play very patient along with Linux, who's just right outside the zone.
Half way inside of the zone, but not really getting inflicted with damage at all. Mr. Jackal gonna be proning. I mean, this is the proning game here.
Yeah.
Circle is gonna be revolving around the train station here, Callie, with 8 players in this very last area for the circles. I think this is gonna be pretty constant in regards to the gunfights.
You know, Mr. Jagalaru is very old when he's got that Season 3 Battle Pass back in 2020.
Yes,
David
sir.
And that AK-117 still blue. You don't get to see that so often right now.
Oh my.
On the other side, it's Adoboito. Brandy takes
He's
the
back.
people finally. Now, Adoboito, he managed to get a hit and run at map number 1. He's already got 1 violation. Now he's just out here causing so much chaos on the left side of the map.
Yeah, you don't want to reach your 4th offense here, Callie, because that might just get your whole license revoked. So, hey, Adoboito, I don't know if it's gonna be a persona here at all, but looking like he doesn't have any plans aside from going to run it down. But hey, Ice Too Big here gonna get trailed down off that FHJ, gonna call for the rewind as well. Big play here. 4K Brandy though is gonna be inside, running away from the zone. Needs to find a way to heal up. If he gets spotted out, this might just be the end here for him on this round number 2 on Blackout.
Jackalru, I think he spotted Brandy there, but he's looking to get this attack from Lenox. Brandy able to regather himself. Adoboito's going to be close by. It's going to be the snowboard from him to try to get his eliminations up against Adoboito. He's trying to spray it down with the AK-117. And Adoboito barely gets any damage from that altercation. And Brandy maintains his position on the map, close with no cigar.
727 coming in now. It is Brandy still alive. He wants to go 2 in a row. Not the most amount of kills. Keep in mind, he did have 5 on the first round, but where it mattered the most was really the placement points, and he is more than capable of doing this now. Boito gonna be inside of the vehicle, and then FHJ finds a direct hit. GG's to you, sir.
Yeah, Oppenheimer for Brandy, and the way he did that is because he has a near custom loadout crate right beside. Switches the Jack 12 to FHJ. He knew Adoboito is just running loose with that vehicle. Now he is knocked down, placing 7. We got 6 more players alive in this next 2 circle, and the safe zone just about to shrink now.
Now it's looking good here for Brandy, having the most kills inside his lobby, and find another one. Won't be able to get the detonation, but enough to tell 2008 to eject off that bike. And now he has his option to go for the spray down, but Ice Tubing is going to try to wrap around to go for the third party. Can he get the kill? Brandy doesn't get anything away from that. He does get denied, but Mr. Jackal Roof finds one as well. Everything is going haywire here, Callie.
Yeah, Brandy's got the nice spot though. Jaguar has to earn his way into this. It's going to be an uphill climb. Brandy just got the high ground, everything. He's got full sights on it. Jaguar
in control
behind the smoke. Those, I mean, just hiding around their rocks. The spray down with the AK-117 on his long range, definitely helping him down. On those, I mean, now we're down to our last 3 players. Brandy is caught into a pinch. Ice Too Big may just be able to take him down here.
Come again now. You can't.
Almost there. Chip terminal is almost ready.
Right in front of your face, Brandy. He's gonna get himself stuck in the danger zone, and Jaguar has to make the rotation inside of the hard point.
And back!
In the circle, Brandy takes down Mr. Jaguar with the go back to back. That's going to be 20 points for 4K Brandy on this first 2 maps, just by taking the 2 top ones that we got for this region.
21 points, Callie. 6 kills, breaking the record that he had on that first round. And man, I thought that in some way this was going to be a low killing game here for Brandy, because coming from like the first initial start of the game all the way down to the mid stage, we didn't see anything at all. But as soon as the actions panned out in the train station, Brandy was surely in control of the situation.
He won it back-to-back, but it doesn't matter if you have like a slow start for him, right? What matters is that late game. You saw it for Branny. He went from 0 kills on the first 15 minutes to 6 kills at the next 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes of the match, and just really have to highlight again how insane this player really is. To have yourself kind of caught into a bit of a pinch, you have to take down Mr. Jackaroo from the 3 side, then you had Ice Too Big on the rocks. He immediately took care of Ice Too Big with that Jack 12, and right when he was able to get that, he immediately had the high ground at the end, where he just kind of utilized that to get a little bit more ingress in damaging that last player in Mr. Jackaroo, and he fell down. 4K Branny, he means business, dude.
Branny got all of my hair messed up, man. That's how insane he is. Crazy control, the way that he was able to really like stick around to like the meta for Battle Royale, Cali, where FSJ rocking an AR, and I'm kind of like questioning as well, where did he get his Jack 12 up against Ice
from the
Too Big now?
From the custom loadout that was very close by, right? He switched it.
That was so quick.
Yeah, it was so quick. It's just all quick thinking. It favored him, actually, because once he was able to take down the player right beside of that rock, he had an FHJ, initially. Then once he saw Adoboito, he utilized that FHJ, took him out, then immediately switches to that Jack 12 and that custom loadout that he had. And that's just, you know, the micros of the game that eventually help him win and get a lot of these kills at the end.
You know, it's going to take quite a lot now for anyone to try to take away his spot. After all, he has 21 points here, 6 eliminations on the second round, 5 on the first, and winning back-to-back #1 placement. So that is going to be quite a lot to take away here, Cali. Even more, no. So, hey, Branny, truly eyes on you for this one, sir, especially for this Philippine region, guys. Come again, guys, this is specifically only for the Philippines. Right after we wrap things off, as we finish the last round for Isolated later on, we're gonna be heading straight to SGMY.
I agree. I want to see how intense that MYSG is, because I've been watching a lot of community tournaments being hosted by Fashibani, by the way, in Garena Call of Duty Mobile MYSG. And it's just so much chaos at the end, especially on the squads, right? There were so many things going on, I couldn't keep up. And that's the most important part about this, right? You need to be able to maintain that kind of composure once you're playing at that late circle, because it's a difference between you taking 10 points as that #1 player and 7 points at that second placement, which means that it is going to be a 3-point differential, which is going to be huge at the end of map #3.
Yeah, definitely, man. And coming in, Cali, you know, a bit of a miscalculation here for me. 31 points already accumulated here by the side of Branny. So, hey, quite a lot to be said. Shows familiarity already for Isolated and Blackout. I'm going to be pretty surprised if anyone can take that record.
I mean, the FHG really works a lot better as a secondary once you're entering that mid game, because that's where usually everybody has their vehicles available. And for Branny, he was able to get 1 kill from that, and that was Adoboito, who was just running loose, making things very hard for everybody else. And once he had that FHJ, Branny was just able to take that player down. And that's how you want to be, right? You want to be quick thinking in every problem that you get to have inside of not just the Isolated map, but also for Blackout. We will be able to continue this action in match #3 later on. We're going to be right back after this break.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Wave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Brani has been insane so far on the first two maps. He has won everything, currently leading this lobby in the Philippine server by a lot. Can he make it the three-peat? We're just about to find out as we hop into isolated map number 3. Joining you for this show once again, it's me, Cali Gaming, down here with Toward Demand. Thoughts about the engages, because we just saw from that Blackout map number 2 last circle.
I mean, I just admire how Brani was able to play around the first initial start of the game alongside mid-stage. Not a lot of kills. He was teasing just a little bit on what's about to come, and all of a sudden, once we move over to train station, bam to the bam to the bam, every sense of engagement. For a moment of time, he was on the up ridge, looking at like 3 players simultaneously, and he didn't know which one to go. And guess what? Took them one by one. A player rushed him. Didn't matter for him. And enough to be said, it was just a clean wipe for him until the very end.
Let's take a look at our standings here. After match number 2, you got 4K Branding is standing at the top. He's gonna have himself 31 points, 11 points ahead of Unbo Jackalroo with 20 points. That guy really had a great map number 2. He needs to do a hay buff, right? Needs to get that map number 3 strong finish, or even better, maybe take down Brani off this start to not let him get the snowball that he really wants to end this match number 3 later on, right? Ice Too Big, Mr. NRX AD as well had a great map number 1 but got eliminated early, and he's still stuck with 10 points here, Warden.
Yeah, I saw a comment earlier. What is the strategy to take down 4K Brani, or what's like the strategy for like the whole lobby here? Take him away already at the first initial phase, and maybe till then, you know, his points become stale, and maybe Unbo Jackalroo or, you know, AKI is too big could possibly take the spotlight, but most likely it might just be Mr. Jackal himself that could really take the throne away from Brani, as, you know, he needs to have a really good game first of all, and in hopes as well that 4K Brani can accumulate any points for this last and final round.
Yeah, if you want to be able to catch up to Brani, if your Jackal or Ice Too Big, you have to take Brani out early, and also maybe even explode for a 10-point kill and get the number 1 finish. That's the only way you're able to outbest Brani, who just won the last 2 matches that we got here. We got our final map heading into this. We're heading back into Isolated, where we saw Brani able to dominate it with 5 kills at that final circle, so we're just kind of expecting the same performance from him. But if you are in striking distance here, right, when you are in the top 4 at least, you want to be able to keep it very passive, play for the placement points, to not get yourself involved in these early gunfights. Just play for those crates coming in that mid game, and once you get those crates, obviously you're going to have your FHJ, you're going to have your AK-117, then there you can take the gunfights head on up against these strong other contenders.
I'm gonna be like pretty like half-hearted here for the side of Jackalroo, as coming again, most of his kills was really accumulated on the run for the side of Blackout. We're heading straight back to Isolated, and this is a map that come again, you only get really 2 Isolated and 1 Blackout. So if his performance wasn't really the best on that first round for Isolated, I hope he can try to change things around, because after all, we want to see who can really be on par up against Brandy. But if Brandy can just stay consistent, then hey, why the hell not?
Brandy's been one of the best players, not just this time in Solo Battle Royale. He's been one of the best players in the community scene for so long. And I've been watching a lot of videos, a lot of live streams that we got here in the community scene in the Philippines. And he is just that effective, just like what he is currently outputting in the Solo Battle Royale. And you're going to have to really expect something higher from this other players that are currently in the lobby for him to be able to get taken down, right? You need to be able to get him to not get those winning ways for him, right? Especially the custom loadouts that he is able to get come mid-game. You need to be able to stop that from happening, but easier said than done. You have to look out for him, and when you only have 30 players here, it's really rough, right? There's also that case where maybe you could just lose a gunfight up against Brandy if you try to face him early.
Yeah, I mean, there has been an instance as well where Brandy was near to get taken away already out from like the very first round of Isolated when he met Annalicious and Cardi-san. Cardi-san got taken away, but Annalicious was already on the run as well to try to take away Brandy. But Brandy was able to extend his life furthermore and move over to just until the very end and win it respectively, as we head straight now to the last and final round for the Philippine region of this Solo Battle Royale. Cali flight path now is going to be starting off from Harbor here, and it's gonna be not really the best flight path, as it's also leaning towards the left side of the map. So here we go.
That's going to open things up for everybody to just have a pretty great opening at the northern portion of this, right? Nuclear plant's going to be a nice drop right here. It's going to be a high tier space, but you see Ice Too Big as well as Potato going to be dropping in the same area on the map. You need to get this available weapons as much as you can, so come that gunfight happen, you're going to be prepared for it. But not exactly the most useful weapon that you got here if you're Potato, but at least you got a vehicle as well as a weapon to absolutely tear things apart with Ice Too Big.
Oh, but first blood here is going to be Annalicious taking away Remy, and that is going to be pretty devastating for me, honestly. I mean, Remy is one of those players that you got to keep your eyes on as well. It does have the tendency to pop off, especially on the early stage, but hey, Annalicious says hello and goodbye, getting the first blood here once more.
I mean, also a great revenge there, right? Annalicious was taken down by Remy early at the construction site at map number 2. So, yeah, reverse scar, reverse jump is what you want to try to praise it on that first blood. Now, Potato is able to get himself a level 3 backpack to store more items in there. That will be pretty nice for him to pick up another weapon, which will be the M13 here this time. Taking a look at the first blood, Reaper on this map number 3. He's got himself right at the cable car. His weapon, not entirely the best ones that you have currently, but at least you have a CBR4 to play with that has a lot of magazine in there, a lot of bullets that can help you really spray it down at this close range.
You don't get to see a lot of action from the CBR4, but if Annalicious can pull it off, then why not? And another player gets taken away, and that was done by Flare, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
Located around the farm vicinity. So pretty unfortunate right there, but hey, enough to be said. Moving over to the vicinity here on the Desert Outpost, we get to see Brandy spots a player up in the air. One player as well, Mr. Jackalroo, is going to be there. Brandy, if he is able to win off this gunfight, that's going to be eliminating at least 2 of one of the biggest threats out there in this competition.
That will be huge for him. He's pretty confident, man. He's got the AK-117 and a helicopter to move around the map. That is very useful for him to just really have the height advantage here. The only problem he's going to have is that FHJ, which is non-existent here so far. For those, I mean, you already lost up against Brandy, so you don't want to get any sequel to that. Just try to keep yourself, be patient right here, because Unbo Jackalroo is going to be right beside you. Cannot make any noises. You might be heard, you might get taken down.
You know, a lot of people here is voting and really like vouching and hoping that NRX 80 can really pull away on this very round. So if you guys are out here right now on the comment section down below, if you guys are eager to support anyone, just comment down hashtag go and their IGN.
All right, I mean, go Branny. Go AD. It's just tough that AD lost early on that Blackout map, right? He didn't have any kills whatsoever. But on the kill feed, though, you guys saw Jackaloo, one of our top contenders, who was sitting at number 2, entering this match number 3, just taken down by those. I mean, he didn't have any kills, and that's the tough part about this. If you try to play aggressive off the start, where you only have 1 life,
all I can say is
no go, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, we can build up the narrative that, oh, hey, if ever Brandy gets taken away early and all of a sudden Jackaloo is gonna be able to have a good game, then bam, might just be able to take this one away. But hey, Dope though, dropping down already next to Ice Too Big here. Does have the 117. Can he find a connection to get the kill? Rion comes in. He knows exactly where he is though, and he wants to go for the shutdown, and he absolutely converts.
But he's got one more player to worry about here. That's going to be Analicious. That guy allows to play the third party. LRT bot is going to be close here as well. Those players might just be able to get the clash happening here. LRT bot now hops in with a smoke bomber. Now it's going to have a little bit of a speed boost here currently right now. Trying to search for Analicious in this very open field. Analicious just snowboarded his way out of the gunfight.
And now he still wants to go for it. Analicious, come again, one of the best aims that we have been able to see here in this very round, but on the verge of getting taken down by LRT bot.
It's tough to get killed by a bot. Dope with the third party, takes bot just like that. It struck them like lightning. It's Onbo Flare taking down Blue this time to give him 2 kills on the feed. We got some mid-game actions going, and I'm all for it.
You know, if you compare this to the first round of Isolated, this is going so much faster than ever before. And man, typically if they know for a fact that this is the last and final round, they take things low. They don't want to play too aggressively, but at the same time, the players that has been playing pretty aggressively has been those that is down on the leaderboard, so they want to double it down, double time, double the kills.
This is going to be double the kills, obviously, right? Just like in the COD points event that we got currently in game in green, a Call of Duty Mobile, by the way. I'm just gonna let you in on this. If you buy CP right now, you get ×2. Maybe if you get 400 CP, you get 800 in total. But here we go. We got Deck just holding himself in a nice spot. Has the high ground up against B-Bomb, who loves to hide his way into this.
B-Bomb.
Yeah, B-Bomb. Oh,
B-Bomb?
The B-Bomb attack C.
Attack C, B-Bomb.
Attack C.
Control, run. Run, B-Bomb. Dak is going for you right here, and he wants to go for a chase down, but instead doesn't go for the zip line. Wow. Now does have the high ground here. This is looking to be a commitment for the gunfight. Smoke's gonna get deployed. B-Bomb not in the best shape of situation, and looking like he wants to call rendezvous with a snowboard.
It's hard to hit the shot, sir, if you're that cred. That guy just has a fast mobility with that snowboard, and it's great that B-Bomb is just trying to evade these gunfights, right? Just let himself be the ones being chased, and Deck is not going to re-engage any longer. He's just gonna try to put himself in a better spot to get more resources. And now we got Branny, the 2-time winner of the solo PH Battle Royale here so far. Finally strikes, taking down Dope, who took down Jackaloo earlier.
This is going to be his first kill here, and keep in mind the most kills that we haven't been able to see here so far in this lobby is going to be Onbo Flare alongside with Choco. I mean, if you want to talk about those eliminators as well, Onbo Flare is part of the topic on the first round of Isolated. He was able to rack up a lot, but obviously he lost a crucial gunfight. But here we go, granted another one, but this time up against those, I mean, says hello and goodbye once more here. Really big kill, and that is going to be tying up now in regards to the most eliminations that we haven't been able to see here so far on this round with 2.
Yeah, great job by those. I mean, after being taken down by Branny on map number 2, right? Everything just leads to Branny because he was just eliminating everybody on the gunfights. Airdrop is now about to arrive soon. That's something that you don't want to give Branny, actually. Speaking of the devil here, he takes down Nemesis to give himself 2 kills. Now he's going to be right beside a custom loadout. Great which will be useful for him to get his preferred AK-117 weapon. That's going to give him 68 on the total magazine. Gets himself a hoverbike to move around the map as being chased down by Choco, who's gonna get beamed on. The rewind is there, gonna be working for him as he secures the flank to get the kill. Choco waves goodbye here, Warden.
Yeah, Branny here is just on the roll. Takes the first round of isolated. Only round of Blackout. And with the pacing that he is putting up here, he wants to go 3 in a row. But hey, still early to be called here. But when you look at the player count, only 10 players remaining. And I don't know. It's just crazy to see how Branny is controlling the tempo, especially on this black market.
Well, Lakan Layla almost took down Branny though earlier. Great thing he's got a snowboard to help him here. Now it's gonna spawn in a hoverbike once again. Maybe try to get closer to where Lakan Layla is at right now. But one thing he's doing great, honestly, is just trying to keep away everybody from this custom loadout and this grates right here. And obviously for B-Bomb on the other side of the map, he's gonna get himself a little bit more of some altercation here. A couple of players right beside him, and that's going to be Deck here this time.
B-Bomb just gets passed by Dak here. But that is going to be precious information here for him. Keeping on, Lakan Layla has a massive potential as well to try to rack up those skills. Does have the loadout of the 117 and it's 8S2126. So arsenal-wise, not looking to be a problem. And I guess it's pretty much applicable for the whole composition here. But Branny is now back. Incoming missile off that AFHJ. He does get damage. And he's going to be able to run away. But looking like there is going to be a player on the trail.
Yeah, he's being trailed behind by B-Bomb here. Old times have changed. Now he's going to have the high ground right here, exactly at the sanitarium. He's got the HS2126 that can just be the absolute up against Branny, who's being trailed behind here by B-Bomb. Now, just doing a great job here. Just trying to get that sound information from Branny, but not really having it right now.
Branny is now going to be, saying farewells well off the sanitarium, and I think that's going to be the best call here for him. There is going to be 2 players now putting themselves into the mixture. But come on, here we go. The Boito here is back with his hover bike. 3 maps, 3 rounds in a row. This guy, this is his branding right here, Callie.
Yeah, if ever is going to have any collabs with him, right, it has to be the hover bike. That guy's a troll. But hey, it works. Right now, a missile coming in from somewhere. And looks like he's not going to get eliminated here. That's going to be useful. And Numa, on the other side, I mean, if you're very close to Branny, just be passive. You don't want any of this heat, man.
Between 2 players here and Numa, Forky Brandy's going to be right there, coming from the northeastern side. And from south, it is going to be B-Bomb. B-Bomb for you, sir. Zone's now going to be closing out, and we're moving over to phase 3 soon enough. And come again, this is a pretty heavy stalemate here. Nothing much is going to be going on. Come again, they want to savor this moment. Don't want to play on a rush, but 4K Brandy, it's hot. Fanning himself.
Hot. It's too hot in the Philippines, so let's just keep it cool. I mean, he's been winning the past 2 games right now. He just needs to cool off so that he erupts for another win to go for a repeat.
You picture Brandy just sitting on his throne, someone fanning for him, because he is absolutely burning the competition down.
All right, now we got Lakan Layla with the helicopter here, just trying to roam around the map, maybe spot some information. He's got himself the usual AK-117 HS loadout that he's got. Ali Wawi on the other side of the map. He's gonna have this FHJ running right now. Looking very good. Yeah, looking very, very good.
Too good. Too good for Deck, probably. But it is going to be Lakan Layla that will be across Deck here. Come again now. Current statement of the game. 14 minutes in. 9 players remaining. And only 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock before the zone starts to close out once more.
Yep. Just going to be very slow here for Deck, right? Just trying to camp his way through. Branny on the other side has 3 kills already, which is pretty nice. And it's going to be very close. And Uma is just going to try to play outside of the zone, play it patient. Now Branny's on to a spray. Like a Layla now able to get that stun with the defender, but even that is not enough. from the ever-surging Branny, who's gonna hit the rewind for the second time to keep himself alive. That armor already shatters. He needs to step away from the gunfights.
It could have been an option to go back behind the transform shield, but it didn't happen at all. But Deck is going to be here. He knows for a fact something happened already. NRX AD is going to be down below. This might just be a pincher. This might just be the demise here for Branny. He's running away for their life. And on the snowboard here, fortunately, he is able to hold on here for this very round.
This is the NRX versus 4 Kings that we obviously have every time in the community. It is going to be a nice rivalry that we got here outside of the zone, which is about to shrink. Branny has finally found that information, just trying to gather up, maybe take that high ground once again to put himself in a better position to maybe take down AD later on.
Branny, oh Branny. Is he going to be able to do this? I mean, he has the same loadout, same weapon composition that he has been winning with. And you take a look at the whole situation here for the circle. Some players are still going to be outside of it, but they are going to be playing around the outskirts. As soon as we get to see phase 4 here, Cali, I do believe it is going to be a constant bloodbath.
And Uma is just keeping himself at the sanitarium here very, very safe. It's just going to be able to put himself in that top 5. It's going to be huge for him to play for that placement points. Right? Is not the player that we usually see pop off huge with a lot of numbers in the kills, but he's done himself great wonders trying to put himself in the better position and score some points. Now for AD, who had a great start at map number 1, had a very lacking map number 2 here so far, finally secured himself at the top 8 spot, but still far behind in terms of points. Need to get a lot of kills here and take the number 1 spot. And right now he's in a nice position to win this map. Just need to put himself in the best position to get that number 1 spot.
You need to treat everyone like they have a bounty on their head, because if you want to stand a chance to even make it to the top 2, you really have to start racking up those points here. But in regards to racking up points, Branny might just be able to get another one here. Those I mean is going to be down below. Branny knows exactly where he is inside of the zone. Branny can just drop in and secure another one. Doesn't pop the wingsuit, but looking like he is just going to be going on foot here to try to secure his 5th kill for this very round. Is very close to doing so.
And there we go, another conversion done for 4K Branny, the 2-time winner so far on the solo PH Battle Royale, looking to get himself a 3-peat to end this. A strong end is going to be needed for this legendary performance, and is on his way over there. Needing to only deal with 5 more members alive in this competition. He spots 1 more player in deck who's going to have himself a nice position inside of these buildings. Little does he know, Branny is on his way inside of the circle to get himself a better position in the map.
Yeah, I mean, Branny, doesn't matter whoever he goes up against with, he already has been able to take away Jackal Rue, and which is his, what, number 2 opposition. Keep in mind, Jackal Rue is not even part of this competition anymore. You take a look at the rest of the players here, they haven't been able to prove themselves quite a lot, so 4K Branny, all he has to hope for is that he gets to isolate these players one by one, and only till then he goes 3 in a row for this Community Gladiators Tournament here for the solo battle royale.
And he's still got NRX AD available in the map, Brett. He's going to be a bigger threat here for this player, looking to try to get that 3-peat. The Boito is still alive with this hover bike. Obviously, so running around the map is going to be very tough as the circle gets more compact. And right now, it's about to shrink, and Branny's got to make a move. Need to have some information where exactly the players are at here. NRX AD is just right beside him. So he might just be able to deal with a lot of players here. And look at that. Branny, I think, may have spotted a Boito already.
He does, actually. And he wants to go for the FHJ shutdown, but if he's not careful, NRX AD is going to be right there. And if the timing is right, he might just be able to slither around and take away NRX 80 and head straight towards the next top. But look at this, B-Bomb finds Ellie Wowie. Rotations coming in close. NRX 80 looking like he spots Branny out. This might just be the end. Goes for the spray down. Branny is out.
AD gets the revenge, but at the point, killed by the vehicle. A crime committed with the overbike. Another
first
hit
kill.
and run. The
first kill.
Four Kings rival ends with the Boito getting the beat down with the overbike. We're down to our last 3 players.
Another one.
Now is not gonna get the eliminations yet. The Boito running outside of the zone with the vehicle. Man is running crazy strats.
Adobo ito, whatever your name is, you are a legend, a hoverbike legend.
Hey, somebody get this guy some sponsorship. Now he's gonna get shot by the AK-117 at some point. That car is about to explode. It's all down to B-Bomb, Deck, and Adoboito to get this elimination right here, and Deck has got himself the better weapons. Those custom loadouts going to be pretty effective in this close range engage, and I love that B-Bomb as well as Deck is just trying to run back. And there we go, Deck with the car explosion. Oppenheimer to take down Adoboito. It's all down to a 1v1.
B-Bomb, Deck, 1v1 here. Different winner. About to take the spotlight out away. Who is it gonna be, Callie?
We're about to find out on this engage here. AK-117 play for Deck as the circle closes in. We got 58 seconds to make it a little bit more compact and make this a Mr. Bean spotlight. Smokes just inside of this circle. But Deck has got the high ground.
No more circles left. It's all gonna come down to this very moment. Someone has to inflict some damage here, B-Bomb, with a snowboard. It's gonna be cruising around, but Deck knows exactly where the direction of B-Bomb is. And now utilities will get thrown away. Deck is now gonna be closing it up now. Weapon arsenal, 117, Jack 12, ready to be invested. Same goes here for the other end, and here goes the fight. B-Bomb inside of the circle, and now he goes for the shutdown. It's gonna be B-Bomb winning this 3rd round.
That finally took him a lot of time to win his first map, but he's gonna take that at the end. He camped his way on the first 2 maps and says, hey, that's not an effective strategy. Let's go for a more aggressive assault, and B-Bomb just got that in this map number 3. For not wasting the chance to convert all of this. He's got the best position on the map, and his opponent decided to challenge him. And it just didn't pan out very well for him because this guy had the head glitch and it was just spraying it down time and time again.
Yeah, most definitely, man. But most notably as well, you gotta talk about NRX80 finding Branny out. Then all of a sudden, Adoboito was like, hello there, I have a hoverbike.
Yeah, we were
straight to the face. Go down.
Yeah, we were building up, you know, the climax of the NRX and 4 Kings. Then someone
Such a meme, bro.
It's such a meme, but someone's gotta clip that, right? We were building up the story, then someone with the hoverbike just decided, hey, let me steal the party.
That was such a meme there, Callie. I mean, Adoboito. Boy, you are a menace.
I agree, man. It's just breaks up the game, right? He was been doing that. I think he got 1 kill on an isolated map. At map number 1, where it was also a hoverbike that he managed to get. His only kill, by the way. And it's just great to see something like that changed it up. You know, we got a lot of rotations where it's snowboards as well as the helicopters doing all the job for you. But rarely you see a hoverbike be put into play and convert some kills in here. And for Adoboito, that's the weapon. That's the signature for him. That's his main little weapon, the hoverbike. His
3 rounds.
Rampage. 3 rounds. He played that one.
For 3 rounds, and he was able to get a massive spotlight, taking away the player that took away Branny on the last and final round, 80. I mean, I know for a fact 80 is going to be like, why? Just why? Why did you have to do that? I mean, I think there might just be an acceptance probably if he got taken down away from like a weapon, but from a hoverbike, from...
Yeah, it's just unheard of, right? It's something that we don't usually see. But talking about 4K Branny, right? I think that map number 3 was just kind of too aggressive of that mid game, and I think that's how AD was able to take him down at the end. It was kind of a point where he had to back away from a gunfight because he was just slamming his way through enemies. And when he was able to recover back, the circle was getting to him. Decides to just play around the edge of the circle. Then he met AD, where it ended up with the beatdown. But 80 had a beatdown too. He got ran over by a hoverbike by a double. It just all connects into that one specific play right there. But B-Bomb, it's great for him to finally get himself a win here. He's absolutely tearing that show apart. You know, keeping the jokes, the laughs, and the 3 maps of action that we just played right now. And I want some of that to happen in MYSG later on, Warden.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a brand new set of composition of the players here. We got 30 again listed up. Hopefully we get to see every single bit of one of them there, Cali. But you know, if we're gonna be trying to call as well who's gonna be the winner for this PH region, I'm not gonna say it. After all, I just want it to be a surprise after it's officially stated there. But obviously, in regards to like the expectancy, I think everyone is ready, like vouching already that it is gonna be 4K Brandy winning all of this overall. And the question now remains is that who's gonna be in second, Cali?
I mean, obviously it's going to be not Mr. Jackaru because he kind of dropped out very early in that map number 3. So a wild guess, I feel like it's going to be Unbo. Oh no, it's not Unbo. It is going to be Adobo ito. I feel like that top 3 performance from him is going to be pretty huge for him to climb up the leaderboard. But we're gonna have to check out the standings right now. It's going to just be a recap of what happened. Just trying to give you guys that information. The first 2 maps was won by Branny, and he combined 411 kills on that. Right? That's already 31 kills for him. And now we take a look at our standings and see who won this Community Gladiators PH Solo Battle Royale. It is going to be 4K Branny with 2 wins in this 3 maps of action with 16 eliminations. He gets himself a total of 40 points. 20 points ahead of the number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Anbo Jackaru with 20 points here. Congratulations for being able to win that 4,000 CP as well. And for 4K Brandy, that is going to be 6K for you, sir. B-Bomb is going to be on trail with 3rd with 15 points, tied up with 80 from NRX. And for 5th to 6th place, tied up 14 here. Those I mean and Adobo Ito with 14. Keep in mind, imagine dropping 14 points only using a hover bike for like 99% of the game.
Yeah, it was just running with it. It was just driving that hover bike up until the final circle. We saw him get taken down by Branny with an FHJ. Right at that map number 2 where it ended up quite a chaotic end for him, but still great that he found himself at the number 6 placement because everybody except him was just really running into trouble, right, without those vehicles. And it's just kind of really hard for these other players to not get themselves to perform very well and placing at the top 8 spot. So it's just going to be the Brandy show here, right? So congratulations to 4K Brandy at just getting this Community Gladiator Solo Battle Royale for PH with a very dominant standing. We saw how dominant he was on that map number 1. Continued that to map 2. Then we saw a lot of kills from him in that map 3, but just couldn't really get so much of the fight at the end.
Keep in mind, guys, it's only the first half of the Solo Battle Royale. Philippines is now said and done. Come again. Congratulations to 4K Branny for winning this very segment of this Community Gladiators tournament. And moving over later on is going to be the MYSG Showdown. New set of players. Cali, we have the list of players here. I want to ask, who do you think is going to take this one away? Because, you made a call. It is going to be Branny. And guess what? It truly was Branny.
Yeah, it's Branny. I saw this guy. I was doing a lot of research trying to look for who's going to be the biggest threat in the PH region. And I said it was Branny. And obviously he dominated here, right? But on MYSG, I tried to hit my research. I just couldn't really find who do I wanna support, right? Because everybody is just equally as talented in the MYSG region. And we really have to settle it here on the MYSG Battle Royale that will be coming right up next, man.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm gonna make a call. It's just simply because of the fact that I love the name Ooga Booga.
Ooga Booga! Everything that means Ooga Booga is going to be very difficult for you to win some gunfights because he's gonna cheese you with it, right? But,
Ooga Booga.
Yeah, Ooga Booga. I feel like he's going to be the adobo ito of the MYSG. Just judging by the name, he might just be running a lot of memes in the competition. But hey, it's not just the memes we're after for here. The players, once they get a lot of this prize pool in their hand, you get the second place. That's 4,000 COD points. First place, the #1 title as a solo battle royale player, as well as that 6,000 prize pool of COD points in the line. We're gonna be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the MYSG term to hit the solo battle royale here in Community Gladiators.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown. Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. It's time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6.
Ladies and
Hello and welcome back to the Community Gladiators. It's Callie down here with Jordan to bring you guys the solo battle royale for the MYSG region. If you guys missed out on the action a little bit earlier, we got 4K Branny winning everything at the PH server. Now, who's going to dominate this region? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we got to find out here, Callie. I mean, just a bit of a drawback as well on what Branny was able to do. 40 points, by the way. And next to him was Unbo and Jackalroo. So, hey, with 20 points. And that was a very far disparity between one another. But got to keep in mind, was able to win 2 rounds. Had a lot of eliminations as well on the last one. But the rest was history. And the most notable play there, obviously, spotlight is given to Brandy. But for my favorite play there, Callie, was Adobo Ito with the hover bike taking down NRX 80 on the last round. That was just comedy at its finest.
We were playing it serious, then somehow out of nowhere a car ran past behind NRX 80, who just took down the 2-time straight winner of the PH region. Right now we're going to be able to hop into MYSG. Come take a look at this tournament format, catch you up real quick on what will be the tournament format for the MYSG Solo Battle Royale. We got, again, still the same format, 3 maps here, 2 isolated and 1 blackout in between those isolated maps. For the point system, we got 10 points being taken by the #1 key player inside of the lobby. Then every points that you get for elimination is equal to 1 point.
I mean, the most kills that we were able to see coming from like the single round was really on Blackout, where Brandy was able to score like 6 and it looked like it really just all went down to really the placement points. So hey, gotta play safely. It doesn't matter when there's only like what 10 players remaining and you don't really have any kills, because Brandy was able to prove already that it is such a feasible strategy. Let's see if the MYSG region can do exactly the same play as we head straight now to the prize pool. Coming in, guys, 200,000 CP is involved into the mixture, 100,000 for Battle Royale, 100,000 for multiplayer mode.
And 20,000 points from the Battle Royale segment will be given to the champion and the second place of the MYSG region. We have already given the 6,000 CP for 4K Brandy for placing as the #1 player in Solo Battle Royale in PH, and Mr. Jackalroo himself taking the second place with 4,000 points. Now we get to determine who will be the champion in the Solo Battle Royale for the MYSG region. We got 2 regions fighting here. It's going to be a tight match, and I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to dominate here, because after doing all my research, everyone is going to be a big threat right here. There's no clear winner compared to what we saw in the Philippine region with 4K Branny.
I mean, I'm going to be pretty kind of like blinded as well on what's going to be my set of expectation here for this MYSG region, because all through across the community tournaments that I've been able to cast for Battle Royale, it was only really directed to the Philippines. So, hey, to everyone here that is listed now to be partaking themselves into the battle for these 3 rounds of 2 isolated and 1 blackout, better make sure that you make the most out of it, because you don't want to miss out on those precious CP.
You did mention that Ooga Booga is your favorite player just because of the name itself, right? I feel like he's going to be the people's champs once again. But I am looking forward to Professor Keon as well as Fear of God Sierra to actually make some amazing plays here. But only time will tell if they're going to be able to shine, or will an underdog in this lobby just be able to go in for the dominance, right? Again, there is 10,000 points in the MYSG and for PH each, right? And already we have distributed the 10,000 points of COD points in the match earlier. Now it's just all about determining who's going to be able to dominate on this next 3 match that we got here for MYSG. And yeah, earlier we saw a lot of operator skills that were coming in pretty handy, right? The smoke bomber and the rewind turns out to be the most useful out of all the operator skills that are available for you to sustain your life out there in this 1v1s that you're going to have this Solo Battle Royale.
And keep in mind as well, you don't really get another chance if ever you do get taken away. This is not the, the squad battle royale where dog tags is involved, because even if there's dog tags, who's going to pick it up for you? Your enemy? Obviously not. But if you guys are also looking forward as well and when's gonna be the squad battle royale game mode happening, it's gonna be pushing through tomorrow, exact same time. We start things off with Philippines and then move over to MYSG right after.
I gotta agree with you on that, right? I'm looking already forward to 4 Kings as well as Blackfire in there, but we're gonna give the spotlight first to MYSG region on this last half of our broadcast, and it's going to be an amazing match right here as we get into the isolated map number 1, where we still got 30 players trying to compete here, and it's just not, you know, an easy way into this live broadcast, right? It had to go down to multiple qualifiers to be able to earn your spot into this place. And now it's just all about proving you are the better team, you're the better player, and you deserve that number 1 spot here to claim that 6,000 COD points.
If it's not gonna be a good move for me, I think I might wanna keep my eyes on Cheryl. I like the name. Cheryl.
Oh,
I mean, I can just imagine
PG
the...
and PG and Nep, or Neptune.
Neptune. Well, you know, the names are pretty unique. That's why I love Battle Royale so much, because there's just a lot more diversity, a lot more questioning. How do you read this? Yada, 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 and so forth. And at the same time, it's not just there that stops where you start to question. Obviously, you don't really get to call as well who's going to be able to win. After all, Battle Royale, it's kind of like a test as well between luck and obviously manipulating the game to your side. There's like a lot of uncertainties out there, but whatever or however you can really, like, you know, enhance your chance of winning this whole round for Battle Royale is just better be careful. Every decision you make, every step you take, you just got to be careful.
I thought you were going to say, every step you take, I'll be watching you. That's that creepy soccer vibe.
Cali Riz, bro. Cali Riz, bro.
No, that's not me, right? It's the Warden Riz here. Bro, I have a question, right? We had 4K Brownie score 16 points in total on one of the maps. Do you think that will be beaten by any of the players that we got here for MYSG?
I think we'll see 20. I think we'll see like 20 kills. Wait, not like 20 kills, 20 points accumulated in total. So 10 for eliminations and 10 for placements. Where is that statement coming from? I have absolutely no reference at all. I'm just feeling it right now.
It's just about your instinct. I see. Well, for me, I think it's going to be beaten by only 1 point. Maybe we are going to get 17 points by one of the players that we have in this lobby right there. Obviously, is going to be pretty much just spread out here, since we're only dealing with 30 players in a map in isolated, where you're going to be across the map, right? You're going to have to utilize vehicles to actually get more kills, but even that is not a guarantee, right? In solo battle royale, you only have 1 life. If you get taken down at the start, there's no second chances for you. You're going to be sent back down to the lobby, where you're going to have to wait until map number 2 starts.
Yeah, we gotta wait. Absolutely, coming in Blackout is something that I really enjoyed to see. We already saw it earlier, where it was really prominent, where a lot of gunfights just starts to ensue right after the drop, and how much more as well when things get closed out. Yes, for sure, there was a stalemate here and there, pretty normal for Battle Royale. But once we got to see the last circle play out on the very first bracket that we had for the Philippines, train station became a wrecking station there for Branny.
It became a graveyard, right? For Branny, obviously, it was such an amazing performance from him. We need to see something like that happen here for MYSG. So if you guys got any players that you're looking to support right now in the comment section, let us know in the YouTube and the Facebook stream, so that we get to really highlight the player you want to be seen in our screen, in our broadcast, right? We're just getting our players ready up for us to play our isolated map number 1. Once again, if you take this map right here, take the number 1 spot, you get 10 points. And that's obviously the standard here. You want to be able to play passive up until the last 2 circles, where you're going to be able to build up your resources, because there's no point of engaging early in the gunfights. You want to be able to stack as much as resources as you can, get your custom loadouts, the preferred AK-117, FHJ, as well as the JAK-12 and the HS-2126 that will provide you so much of that firepower once the late game is gonna be happening.
You know, you just basically said the Brandy loadout that was able to secure them 2 rounds already, nearly for the 3rd, but unfortunately, obviously, that flank right there from NRX80 was enough to just shut it down. No, and as I thought that, you know, this might just be a competition where MG42 is gonna be able to take over, obviously not. Here for his OG players that loves their OG 117s and just any shotguns that they can put their hands on.
It used to be the AK-47, which was part of the meta back before, right? When you have a pay-to-win weapon, I think it was the AK-47 Frosted Winds, where you really have very unfair. How do I say it?
Red dot.
Red dot. Right. That one. I bought that because I want to be able to bully everybody.
And did you bully everybody, Cal?
No, I just suck, man. I was terrible about the Royale.
Well, at least you're being honest. That's the most important part here, man.
That's the reason why I switched into multiplayer, which happened to be something I'm still terrible at playing at.
Well, one thing you're pretty good at in multiplayer is dancing well after getting a kill. I still can't move on from that.
Do you want me to show that to the viewers right now?
No, please, no, because first of all respect to Battle Royale here, Callie, and all respect to me as well. Come on, man, don't do me dirty like that.
Okay. I'm not gonna do it. There's a little probability I might pull it off if I get too hyped, but we are not gonna wait any longer. We are going to be hopping into our map number 1 and up of this friendly battle that we got here.
Here we go.
Warden, it's time, right? Map number 1, do you think this is going to be a fast pace or going to be a slow one?
Either way, I don't mind watching either a slow-paced game or fast-paced. I know we always love action, but at the same time, if everything is so slow, you can just totally admire as well and how careful these players are, because you can acknowledge that they're truly passionate to actually win off this game. They don't want to be tactless. They don't just want to be go all guns out blazing, start putting up a massacre, then all of a sudden getting taken down too early, not even putting their names up on the placement points.
Yeah, snowboards, the hoverbike, the cars is going to be very beneficial for you to rotate around the map and increase your odds of winning here. But you gotta be afraid of the FHJ that might just be utilized come that mid game to counterattack all of those high mobility vehicles that you're going to have, right? So you gotta be very ready and cautious once you enter that kind of moments in this first 3 games, right? You want to be able to have a very slow start on this map number 1 so that you don't get that early death, and you just try to build off from that as we start our first map on the MYSG Battle Royale.
Here we go.
To go down. Do we see a Brandy-like performance from one of these players, or will it be different winners every time we hop in the map? We are about to find out as we hop into our game number 1 for MYSG Solo Battle Royale.
Yeah, to kick things off here, the flight path is going to be leaning towards the start of Raider base, and it's going to be slicing pretty much in the middle here, Callie. So end of route might just be Sakura. So if you want to talk about ecology lab, frigid wetlands, ski town, dormitory, T3 refinery, everything is well open for you to put yourself up in that very environment. 26 players is going to be in the lobby, and we get to see already 3 players dropping away from the flight path. And I wouldn't be so surprised, Callie. I mean, if we get to see like the whole composition, you're just split it apart from left, right, back, front, center.
There's only one way I want to play this, right? Either drop the Sakura or Kill House, or go to launch space, get that high ground for you. But Ooga Booga, we're now going to be playing in Blackout here. It is going to be the black market that you're going to have. And obviously here,
Ooga Booga.
Map, right, this is just going to be very unfair for everybody because this guy already has the weapons that he wants to use. He's got that RPD that has a lot of bullets in that magazine that he can just utilize to absolutely bully out the players that's down there below.
And it switches the HVK to an RUS. I think that is going to be the better choice. You don't want to go for too fast fire rates, especially in Battle Royale. Especially when, you know, the magazine's not really the most convincing here for the HVK. But come again now, Ooga Booga has 2 opportunities right up front. That is going to be Yuji and another player down below. They're just lurking around Black Market. So far, we have been able to see some casualties here and there, but no frags, not just yet.
Very dangerous spot here if you're Yuji, because you don't really have any of the actual weapons you want to have unless you have an AK-117, which he does have, and he also is very near to a place where he can get a very useful vehicle in there. A hoverback would be pretty useful for him to move around the map, but looking at it right now, just focusing as much as building that resource is definitely what you want, but gotta be very cautious though, because you're seeing all of these other boxes that are pretty much open, so that means there's going to be contact nearby.
I mean, Ooga Booga might just go for a pretty heavy stalemate. I mean, I made a call. I like Ooga Booga's name. I like Cheryl's name. And Yuji is my real name. So, hey, triple whammy here. But on the feed, we get to see Nezo finding one already. Cheryl now wants to make a call as well. Wants to go for a fight up against Yuji. Tries to go for the spray down. Won't be able to find any connections out away from that. They try to call for a reset. And looking like it is going to be pretty successful, at least for this very moment here, Callie.
And just take the high ground if you're Cheryl. You just let those other two players down below to go at it up against each other. Then once a player is just going to be low on HP, that's where you want to try to get that strike. You already have that grapple, just in case things goes haywire. Once you try to attack here, at least you're going to be able to secure some of this high ground so far, giving the height advantage here. You got yourself a very nice weapon. Play around. You got the switchblade right there that has a fast fire rate, but not enough in terms of the damage that an AK-117 can offer.
Ooga Booga here has been able to inflict pretty great damage with Cheryl, but won't be able to connect with that kill not just yet. But Cheryl here hopping up towards the tower once again, forcing Yuji to drop down, and that's going to be leaving Ooga Booga with no opportunities whatsoever. But Cheryl wants to have a taste of the first kill, but Yuji still wins the gunfight.
Yeah, Yuji, nice shots with that AK-117 now. He's out to escape the wrath of Ooga Booga, who would look like he's gonna try to hunt that player down. He's gonna steal the resources. Gonna be pretty nice for him. It's got the classic David Mason skin, if I'm not mistaken. That will be pretty nice. That is, I believe... No, I think it's Alex Mason. I'm not definitely sure, but we're gonna find out here in a while.
Surely for a while here. Now, it's gonna be Yuji here dropping into smoke, trying to get some resources back in action. Come again. Not really the best resources that they have, as they were, dropped down to the same vicinity. 3 players was involved into the mixture, and so far they are just trying to take this one away. But on the field, we do get to see some investments as well there from Rygan off those K9 units. That is going to be the clown class. But overall for Black Market, there is still not going to be any clashes aside from Yuji and Cheryl, which shockingly I thought that Cheryl was able to win.
Oh, Yuji now goes up. Ooga Booga is down to his 31 HP. He needs to be able to refeed back his armor. Yuji's not gonna go to try to recontest this. He's gonna try to maintain that high ground as much as he can. That's gonna be nice. 2 players has gone down on the first 6 minutes of action. Now we got Resha right in front of your screen with an AK-117. Now Yuji is trying to capitalize on this momentum. That AK-117 and that HS is gonna be hurting a lot once Ooga Booga decides to hop into the fray.
I mean, Yuji is still holding on to the tower. So far, has been able to prove that he is the king of the towers, as most of his accumulation for, let's see, the damage has came from that very place. And I don't think this time around that they're going to be closer to each other to have the possibility of actually going for the clash, as they're going to be going to totally polar opposite ways here, Callie.
Yeah, now you can really get your cheap upgrades here. It would be pretty useful for you to have a lot more opportunity to get yourself faster duration in terms of the cooldown and longer duration once you're utilizing your operator skill. Liana finally able to see him on screen. That's a classic Mara skin. You don't get to see that one. Offense, Yura on the kill feed goes down. The player I wanted to absolutely tear it apart is already out of the play. That makes it only 23 players left here.
I mean, that's just the beauty of Battle Royale. You can obviously just vote for who's gonna try to win, and all of a sudden a casualty where a hover bike just hits you down, a player from the flank, a player that will just join in third party will take you down. Overall, we get to see that there is still gonna be a much more of a slower pace compared to how it went down on the first round for the PH region here, Callie.
Agreed with you, man. And take note, this is Blackout, right? Supposed to be very aggressive in terms of finding eliminations. Everybody just tried to really balance the map out. Be distributed and just worry about that circle later on once it affects you. Some players already has their helicopters. Surprising that we don't have any hover bikes driving around compared to that PH region, right? More of these players are just going on foot to enter inside of that circle.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that this is going to be a blackout here, Cal, is whenever a player turns the light off. Keep in mind, they want to keep things isolated for a moment or so, as, just having this 1v1s here and there. And we've only really was able to see like a 3-way casualty on Black Market. Tucson here in the process is going to be trying to go for the rotation, and I guess I know exactly why you pointed out there's no hover bike here, Kelly, because without a hover bike, Tucson is struggling.
Yeah, look at him. He's just feeling the pain. And another K9 unit will be invested here by Rai G. So there's definitely a lot of interesting class operator skills that we're going to be utilized here. But look at Tucson now. He's going to have himself a bike. At least he's going to be in useful condition. Why is this guy going outside of the danger zone? Be careful on the windmills.
Be careful. You don't want to crash. But I mean, he's, you know, I think this guy might just be able to get his aviation license as, not going to lie, flying pretty smoothly here. Just
He's gonna get his license revoked if this were real life, because you don't fly right beside the windmill.
It's
Look at this
an
guy.
acrobatic move, Callie.
Acrobatic move that will cost you your life.
It's an air show.
Oh, okay. Look at San here, man. He's trying to be one with nature on that, hiding around the bush. He was
San?
technically bidding around the bush.
San, clang it. Clang it is gonna be inside of a lot of players is gonna be forced to like rotate.
Search for a vehicle. Well, I know they're trying.
Or are they?
I think now is the right time. There is a vehicle I saw on the right side. That should be more than enough.
Yeah, but
go for it.
with the I think clang it might just go to lang it if ever. If he doesn't find a vehicle for sure. San, I don't know why he's haggling and just hiding between the ridge. But fortunately, clang it finds a vehicle.
It's too early. It's too early to be in
Santa
Christmas
Claus.
mood. Yeah, it's early to give gifts, man. But I'll take that. I want me some of those red magics. But hey, 22 to 26 is going to be the live counts here, right? It's going to be still a lot of players on the 10-minute mark. Something that was unheard of in the PH Battle Royale. So a lot more passive approach we're seeing here.
No!
Uga got killed by a car. And finally that beef.
Why, Utah? Why, Utah? Poor Uga Booga. It's so unfortunate. But Callie, you know, you did say this is beating off the records in regards to like the player amount that we have here on this very stage of the game. Coming in 11 minutes already. We've only seen like what, 5 players eliminated, and that's just gonna be opening a lot of room as well. Once the zone, let's say, moves over to phase 4, you can absolutely say that it is gonna turn into a big old battlefield.
I prefer to see that way because I want to get the climax done properly with a lot of engagements. Right now, on your screen spots Tucson. He's gonna have a vehicle. And unfortunately for Yuta, he does not have an FHJ, so he's not going to be able to really counter that vehicle at the moment. So he's just going to stay behind, let that circle closes in, and just let this other players just come right through his angle before he makes an engagement.
Oh, Tucson now going to be roaming across. I think he is going to be right around the vicinity of Circus. Supreme Jerry is going to be up front here, and looking like he wants to settle down. Oh, looking like he will. So this is gonna be possibly a window of opportunity for another clash between Supreme Jerry and Tucson here, Callie.
Private military contractor skin. Okay, Supreme Jerry, let's see what you got here. Look at his operator skill, man. Not exactly what you want on a 1v1. But hey, let's see if he's gonna have the right reader. I think he may have heard those sound cues. Gonna try to open that door, maybe try to look for a door of opportunity to get himself his first kill, but he's got a getaway vehicle, so he's not gonna try to fight this one through. Looking to try to build up more resources is what's most likely going to happen, as we got our loot crates available on the map. Custom loadouts are now up for grabs in this map number 1.
Beautiful motorcycle, by the way. Callie, would you ride a motorcycle? I mean, would you like drive a motorcycle? Is the question.
I have an ADV 160, so I like driving.
Okay, calm down. But
okay, what's happening?
I don't know exactly in this mode. Someone turn on the ventilators because I can't see a thing. But Yuji, it's Yuji's turn here. Has 2 kills already and has 2 more opportunities to grab, and it is gonna be Yuta, Supreme Jerry, a player from the helicopter is gonna be passing by as well. Make it 3 players as someone to skydive. Hey, this is gonna be looking to be pretty interesting now here, Callie.
Yuji and Yuta, these are your Jujutsu Kaisen main characters, by the way. One can copy some skills, one has an insane firepower on the skull strength, so let's see who's going to be the better player on this one. Yuji, I think they're on the same clan. They are on the same clan, by the way. So now this guy's gonna hop up. He may have heard him.
Oh my.
This is going to be an AK-117.
Oh, no.
He's there, just stares apart. Utah may have spotted him already. Once he hops in, it is going to be a gunfight. He pushes him out, and Yuji decides to back away.
Oh my. Very intense fight. Yuji going out now. Yuta is going to be pretty in a question. Where is he going to come from? Looking like he still wants to make the push in the same angle. Does have the 117 and that H has 2126. He can whip this out. Going to go for the perfect slide. And can possibly take them out, but at the same time, he doesn't really need to go for the push, but instead he tries to go for the challenge. Won't be able to grab the first shots once more. He's just having a hard time, but Yuta changes the play. He wants to go for it hand in hand, but still get punished down by Yuji.
You should have utilized this shotgun over that AR there if you were Yuta, right? Yuji just utilizing that HS2126 to get that elimination, and now we're down to our last 17 players. Still going to be a lot as we enter our 15-minute mark. 20 seconds before the circle closes in come phase 3. So now it's just all about finding this custom loadouts to favor your way. For Liana has got a helicopter to play around. It's going to get shot there by Yuji, who's going to have all that information. Spraying it down with the AK-117. No eliminations for him, but he's done so much of this damage now.
Oh, and he knows exactly where the proper psychosis is at. He is able to inflict a lot of damage, but Liana able to retaliate with some force as well. Now has a rock to play with, plating up his armor back. But Yuji still has the high ground. Still a very dangerous situation here for Liana.
And for this squadron, there's just 4 players nearby this circle. And you don't want to be able to engage here for so long because you might just be trapped. And some players goes in for that third party and beats you down. Yuji doing a nice job just keeping himself inside of that circle, tucked away inside of a building. So whenever there will be one player trying to hop against him, he's got that HS, that shotgun that can beat those players down at this close range.
Liana now inside. Yuji is still gonna be up top. A lot of holding and waiting. And I think that's really like the personality here for his MYSG squads, where they really take things slow because they want to have the best odds of winning. And I remember one statement that you had here, no, comparing it to like the Philippines and all, every sense of players that we haven't been able to see here so far just shows great potential on like becoming the winners here for each in respective rounds here, Callie.
They're thinking bigger picture here, right? They'd rather settle in the last circle rather than putting themselves at a very difficult spot. At least when you try to play patient and you enter this circle, you're gonna have a high chance of finding at least some kills. And here we go. Yuji, he's the top reaper here so far. He's got himself 3 kills. It's bringing it down, causing so much chaos. And those sound cues will be heard by players nearby, so you're just kind of putting yourself in a position where you are kind of a big target by some of these members that are around the location.
Propo has been pretty silent here throughout the entirety of the round, but does spot a player just right inside that brick house. And should be able to spot him right now to go for the shots. Does have a DMR, XPR here. And he's going to be able to find one connection. San tries to retaliate with a BP50, by the way.
Wow.
And talking about the BP50, guys, if you guys want to have the epic skin for the BP50, just make sure you get, what, tier 50 for the new battle pass of the Synth Wave, guys. So better suit up for the Synth Wave Showdown.
Yuji now is stood up for his Synthwave Showdown as he goes in for the close range. The rewind there by Propo to evade the gunfight, but it is inevitable. Using the smokes to cover his tracks, but Yuji on the hunt, trying to get this elimination, getting that 4th kill. But he's not gonna have enough time to go for that beatdown, so he proposes to have a little bit of a ceasefire here, get himself locked in for the 2nd time before he goes in for another elimination.
Propo has such a good loadout, but he's just not finding the proper angle to go for the engagement. Yuji's gonna go for the trail down. Has that HS2126 gonna drop down once more. Propo wants to stay alive, give him a chance, but this is exactly what I meant, Callie. Zip lines is something that you just don't want to deal with, and Yuji just gave up.
Now we got some gatekeeping moments here. Risha trying to stay alive here. He's gonna have to take care of Crazy J in this bridge itself, as we have 4 players right exactly in this bridge, which is part of the circle. There's still 14 players left here. We're gonna see some gunfights up close, and Crazy J gonna have himself his custom loadout here. He's got an AK-117, the M4 meant to find some of these players to be taken down.
Nezo is going to be able to find Kiss Kings away. Crazy J now here dropping down on the feed. We get to see Propo actually finding a kill up against Liana. And that is such a massive kill. I mean, Liana was pretty good coming in from the respective season, but look at this. Nezo finds another double. There's just so much things going on here, Callie.
Yeah, circle's closing in. You got 10 players, and Nep needs to enter inside. He is getting sprayed down in a tight spot. He remains down to the ground. That's Crazy J finds that read, gets his first kill. Circle closing down at Circus. You gotta make your way there in 45 seconds while also maintaining your life in this final circle.
You want to take things slow coming from that early into the mid stage of the game. This is what you get greeted by. Phase 5 with 9 players here. Nezo gonna be dropping in, but unfortunately won't be able to connect with a striker. Guppy comes up, stands up, shut you down, and I'll go back here once more.
And he's got the AK-117 now, which is even better from his former loadout. Yuji's still very much alive here. He's got 3 kills, the highest in the remaining players that we got in this last circle. Guppy's just stuck in a nice spot here. Right now, he's just got the high ground. And the safe zone is about to shrink in. Chaos about to ensue.
8 players remaining. Safe drone now shrinking. Guppy gonna be up top. Tucson is gonna be inside of the zone actually. And I think if the nick, just a nick of the distance, Guppy might just be able to still stay inside the zone while having that elevation, while the rest of the players here just tries to go for a spray down. Yuji finds Propo, finally finds another one inside, and he's gonna be able to find another one. 5 spree here for Yuji.
And it's just unstoppable right here. Just needs to get inside of the point now. It's going to be Guppy, and will be taken down by Tucson, and Rayshaw takes Tucson to find that double. And Yuji has to deal with all of these K9s. Eventually, gonna take them all down. It's a 1v1. Yuji has the high ground. Resha just skipping all this pressure with the toy bomb that he's got. It's just gonna be relentless here. 38 seconds before the circle closes in once again. Yuji in a bad spot right now.
Oh no!
He is stuck outside the zone, and he's gonna get eliminated. Resha finds the win, gets the elimination. Nice pressure from the K9 units to win map number 1.
Earlier we found it pretty interesting why she's the clown for the K9 units. Now it made sense at the end. 1v1 situation, you don't have a squad to play with, drop in the K9 units, baby.
And it was working, right? Yuji was so distracted.
Effective.
There were relentless waves of K9 unit that was just going in for those eliminations, and eventually that's going to end our match number 1, Warden.
Wow, I mean, Yuji was just bound to take it all away, but unfortunately the last hands of precision wasn't really, oh my, talk about K9 units.
Yeah, I got my own operator skill here with me, man, and this dog. He's just barking, I don't know why.
What's the name of the dog, please? Cali Gaming.
The name is Cali Gaming. I named my dog after me.
You remember when I did that to you?
Yeah, you did it to me. With your what? Your Shih Tzu?
Poodle as well.
It's a poodle as well. See, this is why we work along so well. We have so much similarities, man.
Definitely, bro. Come again, you know, to draw things back here just a little bit for the game. Yuji, I don't think it's gonna be like costing him too much.
Yeah,
as he lost at last in the initial clash, because keep in mind he had a lot of kills before everything went haywire on that last in a very clash up against Rasia.
I agree. He scored a lot, right? I think it was a 5 spree that you were able to mention.
Yep.
It was dealing so much of these gatekeeping moments inside of a building. Players were not really able to get ready on those gunfights because that was an off angle that Yuji was utilizing just to cut off those players on rotation. It's just that Rasia had a better spot inside of the circle. That's how she managed to get that win over there. But obviously that's going to be about thinking bigger picture. He may not have the highest of skills in this lobby, but he had an opportunity to play for that number 1 spot where he scored 10 points at least to get 12 points off of map number 1.
If you guys are enjoying the broadcast here for Community Gladiators, make sure to show some love, share the love and the hype and the energy and the you know, the efforts that these players are putting up here on the solo battle royale. And this is only the first match only. This is the first segment of the Community Gladiators. We still have squads, we still have 1v1 MP and a 5v5 search and destroy. So Cali looking like we already wrapping up this very first round. Before we head straight towards the second round, we're gonna have a short break. We'll be right back, guys.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more Community Gladiators Solo MYSG Battle Royale goodness. Joining you here is Caldi alongside Warden for map number 2. This time it's going to be Blackout. Going to be more of a closely contested maps that we're going to have here. Yuji played great, but Risha was able to take that map number 1. Can he go for a back-to-back like Branny did in the TA Solo? Or will it be, you know, a different winner on this map number 2? Before all that, let's take a look at our performance through match number 1. Risha snagging away that victory and earning 12 points, tied up at number 1 with Yuji.
I mean, you know, Risha, even if they're tied up with Yuji, it's most likely going to be a pretty high impact point here for the side of Risha, as obviously was able to win that very map though. But you know, come again, I love the hustle there for Yuji. But on the trail as well, we got Mixtusin, we got Guppy as well, not too far behind. I mean, it's only gonna take like one great game for them to put their names up in the board much more convincingly. And keep in mind, they still have 2 more chances. Blackout on this very map, and right after this, we're gonna be getting isolated once more.
The only problem that you're going to run into this map number 2 is that early engages, right? For as long as possible, you would want to try to evade that, especially when you just initially drop. And if you are part of that middle portion, you are in a position where you can still be part of the top 5 after match number 2 for as long as you end up securing at least a top 5 placement to score points and add in a little bit of your kills in there. You should be able to climb up that leaderboard very well. But you don't want to give Yuji as well as Risha an opportunity to go for another win once again, because if that happens, this might just go out of the window.
I mean, there's just a lot of scenes where in the Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale scene where, you know, some players just start to rack things up on the first round, and all of a sudden they just can't put up the impact on the rest of the show. So, hey, you have a good start. The question is for Yuji and Rayshawn, can you all stay consistent and just have the pedestal on your side?
NRX AD is a great example of that. He had a great map number 1 that isolated on the TH server, then decided to get himself to drop his gunfights at that mid-game portion of that map number 2. So I'd like to call this a swing game. If you're able to swing this over, you might just be able to snowball the competition in your way and get so much momentum as we enter into isolated once again. So it's just about going into this map number 2, getting ready as much as possible. And if you, again, find yourself in the middle of the standings, you still got a pretty huge chance for as long as you put yourself in a position to secure a top 5 placement or get yourselves with a lot of kills at the end of this map number 2.
Getting a lot of kills is something that we haven't really been able to see. I mean, no double-digit kills whatsoever coming like from the PH region or the PH bracket. And at the same time, on this first round, I mean, the most eliminations that we were able to see is 5, and we're trying to break the record as well, coming from Branny from the Philippines of 6. So
yeah,
hey, I look like my statement on the before the initial start of the first round didn't really happen. Looking like there's still gonna be a battle for those placement points.
Yeah, 5 points was scored by Yuji, 5 kills, right? But still not going to be beating the record that we got for today on Solo Battle Royale. There's most likely going to be a little bit higher kills than that here at the end of this map number 2, knowing that this is going to be a blackout where you're going to be put into this close range combat eliminations, as well as, you know, having a very small map means you're going to get condensed in there, so you're really going to have to prepare for the unexpected assaults. And there is also tons of verticality on this map, lots of jungles and open areas. For as long as you put yourself in a position where you're going to have a lot of vehicles in your way, with mobility, you're going to be able to reposition, and you're not going to have a hard time just trying to walk into the safe zone.
Well, do you know, guys, there's only gonna be like right around like a minute and 30 seconds before we head straight towards the second round and the second time where we get to see Blackout into this broadcast. Callie, are you ready for some Blackout action? For the people out there watching in Facebook and YouTube, are you guys ready for some Blackout action as well?
I'm ready to black out, man. This is going to be nice gunfights that we're about to see. I feel like UG set the pacing very well there, being the more aggressive type of player. Well, you also got Risha that plays a little bit more tactically, thinking bigger picture, just trying to find the best position on the map and letting all of the K9 dogs to just distract the player that he's going up against. Within there, he can go in for the pounce. Something that is unorthodox, but it definitely worked as Risha won that map number 1. Do we see the same operator skill be brought back into this map number 2, or is it going to change? Is likely the question that we're about to head into as we hop in this map number 2.
No, definitely, man. Callie, it's a battle between Yuji, it's a battle between Raysha, 12 points here for them. I want to see someone else actually as well put himself into the between these two players to have the trifecta. Because, you know, that is what we want to long for, to make things more interesting as well. But keep in mind, I don't mind to see a player that will just be able to dominate. After all, if you were able to rack up those points in eliminations, it just goes to show that you well deserve it because you're a hella damn good player.
I can agree with you on that one, all right? There's still a lot of high chances for a team, for a player to absolutely find a bounce back here. Yes, we do have Yuji and Risha standing at the number 1 spot, but if they get eliminated early, that number 1 spot is up for grabs for the players that are at the 3rd and up until the 9th spot, where they are kind of in striking distance to put themselves in that number 1 spot. Now we're going to be heading into Blackout. usually you're gonna see a lot of players drop by the firing range, and it's definitely a great area to get into position because there's a lot of loot in there. Then you go drop down to Rivertown where you're going to be able to get as much as resources. Then once the crates drop from the skies, that's where you get your custom loadouts to be able to get more opportunity to increase your odds of winning your gunfights.
You want to talk about the drops now here for Blackout? I mean, commonly we got to see a lot of action happening towards the vicinity of like construction site alongside the firing range. So hey, let's see if it's going to be the same kind of nature. After all, you know, a lot of like the players from like separate regions loves to play or have a different approach for, let's say, a map like Blackout. And at the same time, it really matters as well where the flight path is going to be headed straight from and where it's going to be heading straight to.
I mean, I gotta agree with you on that right now. And obviously for this match right here, it's just all about being ready and anticipating whoever is going to have that high ground here, because there's tons of that in this Blackout map. And one POI is going to be that construction site where there's just so much verticality you have to worry about. And that's why if you are a solo battle royale player, just want to get out of that way, because that is a walking risk right there. Now we're going to be heading into our map number 2. Blackout map is about to be on their way. As we get into this, let's have a look at our flight path, Warden.
Looking like we are going to be slicing coming from the side of Asylum and looking like we are leaning towards going from that bottom side. So cargo docks might just be the last and final destination if ever they want to ride this flight until the very end. Estate alongside construction side, same goes for the side of Hijack. Looking like they are going to be the only areas that's not going to be hella too accessible coming from this flight path. We could also kind of mention Ghost Town as well, which commonly, even if the flight path is going to be revolving around Ghost Town, no one really loves to drop there. But here we go, Callie. Moving over now, 26 players inside of the lobby.
UG, you're looking at the player tied up for the number 1 spot along with Risha at map number 1. Just trying to get a lot of resources as fast as he can here at Rivertown. Now, this is a great spot. You did say and mention earlier that you want to drop into Rivertown. And once you get your resources gather up pretty nicely, you head into firing range to go in for some beatdowns up against the players that are going to be nearby. But the problem here is for Yuji, he still is trying to build up with his resources, right? And right now, there's going to be someone right beside, and that's going to be Mr. Ooga Booga himself.
Really nice kill there first out of Nezza, taking away Skadiz out away from firing range. So that is going to be our first blood right there. Now, Ooga Booga wants to put some revenge up against Yuji and Yuta as well. I mean, Yuji, Yuta, the battle between these 3 players alongside Ooga Booga is pretty interesting here. I'm going to be pretty devastated if any one of these players is going to go down, but obviously one is bound to go, and looking like Ooga Booga does try to go for that engagement. No. But the trigger discipline is just not right there.
Now, Yuji knows where he's at. He's hearing the sound cue too. He's just trying to play this one perfect. Just trying to utilize the doors here to get some information as Ooga Booga tries to dash himself in and out of this gunfight. Utilization of the tactical skills is working here so far. Yuta is going to be right beside the flank there to take down Ooga Booga. Now it's Yuta and Yuji once again. Do they commit to the gunfight just like what they did? And Yuji once and for all gets the number on Yuta. Not just here on this map, but on match number 1. Yuji prevails again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the banner brother, big old brother Yuji here claiming this one all the way. And with that clash already being won over, he literally has the whole river town for himself. And you know what that means? Precious loot here for Yuji.
Now it's just going to be owning up River Town here. Now it's just all about finding that right rotation, right? Where do you want to go? Right after you taken that kill onto Yuta, do you want to head up north and get some of this action at the firing range map? Or do you want to go down south at the fracking tower? Or go ahead into Asylum where we saw a couple of players drop to get some eliminations because you already have a snowboard. You got some mobility to kickstart this game off. Now, it's just all about deciding where you want to go as the safe zone shrinks.
Now, talk about a possible MVP here. Obviously, right from the start of the second round, Yuji and Reisha is going to be tied up, but Reisha still not having any kills. It's going to be one-upping near for the side of Yuji. They're going to be playing around construction site. I mean, I did make a call that construction site might not be an option, but Yuji took its time and guess what? Played around construction site. And there's going to be crazy, crazy as well here, right around to in the construction site, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So a lot of efforts could pay out pretty well.
Yeah, but still, this is going to be a very tight spot now for everyone who moves into this spot because Risha is going to have the better angle on this as he's going to have the high ground by the time he manages to climb up this building right here. So it's just all about trying to stay alive here right now for him as there's going to be some players nearby. You do want to get some of that goodness, but if anything really for Risha on the map number 1, he did not get any kills on the first 15 minutes. It had to go down to the last few moments of that map number 1 for him to get some of those eliminations. And eventually he won that map number 1 with only 2 kills and getting that 10 points to put him in the number 1 spot.
Come again now. Looking like the circle here is going to get close out towards the second phase. And this is going to be taking a bit of time. No, I mean, looking like the same type of persona or nature that we got to see on Isolated is somewhat applicable here for Blackout, where not a lot of kills, too much. But if you take a look at this, Liana and Supreme Jerry just next to each other. Liana, don't go for the shot. Might just startle Supreme Jerry there, and looking like he did make a better choice.
And Supreme Jerry, he knows how to play these corners very well. We saw him in the match number 1, just couldn't really survive his way into the last few moments of map number 1. But here he is going to try to hide around a great cubby. Once a player pops up, he's got an M13 and a QQ9 to go up against the players that he's going to face. Now that's not going to cut it up against Liana, who's got an HS shotgun that can just obliterate you in just those burst weapons that it's gonna have here, right? So seems like they're gonna let go Cheryl, let him get away with that chip upgrade, and Liana just sitting like a duck, waiting for a moment for Supreme Jerry to commit any sound cue.
Yeah, to talk about Cheryl here, not really having the best start off that Isolated. I do believe UG trailed him down. Yep, the rest was history. Nothing, nothing accumulated. So some way, if you really want to try to have your names up on the board, you got to play more aggressively here. Come again, you only get 3 chances to prove yourself and try to rack up a lot of those elimination points and placements. But moving over now, we got Raisha here getting a bit of a trouble here in the middle of 2 players, but fortunately does have a vehicle and looking like you want to play safely and just depart away from the scene.
And just get away with it, right? Although you may not have your custom loadout yet, you already have the weapons that you want in a gunfight. That's the AK-117 meta and the HS-212-2026. And yeah, it's going to be deadly in those close and those long-range gunfights. On the clouds, you see all those crates get dropped. That's where Risha wants to get himself into so that he increases his odds of winning these gunfights even more. Propo, he had so much upside in that match number 1 and just got read on by Yuji. Here, still looking to try to build up the resources in his match number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the player that went back and forth, but hey!
Wow!
No need to go back and forth. Boss Snap is just here, sitting down, finding the kill with his HS-2126. And sometimes that's all you gotta do to get a kill on Battle Royale.
You gotta wait, right? Timing is virtue, not patience. Patience is also virtue. Timing is going to be needed for you to be able to get those timely actions like that. And right there, it seems like it was the best action for him. Yuji still driving around, looking to try to get himself some of this goodness from the custom loadouts, trying to get a hit and run here. Cheryl just trying to defend this. The only player that has no vehicle. Yep, it pains to see it this way, but he's got an SMRS. Should he get an FHJ here, it could be pretty useful to take down this player. It's just trying to bully him in with this cars that's available.
Regardless, does have really good confidence to head straight to this fight, but keep in mind, you are up against UG, which is basically one of the 2 winners of the very first round. And keep in mind, they have met already before, and things didn't really go to Charles' way. So I think in some way, could go for the commitment, and at the same time, could just pull away and get away from the scene, because you remember what happened before? It wasn't really nice, but I don't think he can avoid this one. Dropping down, 117 to the face, drops behind the ridge. There's half the Eddie to play with, but that is going to be the disengagement, and Yuji from afar finds the kill steal.
Now the hunt is on now for Cheryl. Yuji's now setting himself the bounty. He's going to get the custom loadout, gets himself his own personal AK-117 that has 63 bullets in one mag. Charles trying to get that shot through. He's gonna have his operator available here. The defender gonna be pretty useful to take down Yuji here. He's got the high ground, drops down, blinds, and takes the elimination. Cheryl with the clutch kill there. But the fight not yet over. Still one more player right behind that custom crate.
Yeah, Propo is gonna be there. I don't know if he knows for a fact that there has been a lot of actions playing out, but Cheryl is not going to be hesitating at all. Wants to go for a spray down off that car. And Propo is going to go for the challenge. Out in the open, placed behind the rock. Cheryl knows for a fact he is tagged up. He wants to close out the distance. Propo now going to be planing up. Trying to go for a reset. Does have the high ground here. Cheryl does have the rock as well. Out in the open, Propo. Better be careful. But now he goes for an open shot, but the transform shield gets dropped. And looking like it's going to be Propo here on the verge of getting taken away. Question is still going to go for the challenge, or he can just run out.
It's just going to have to take the challenge head on here. Trying to take down Propo off the start. The rewind is going to be working, but it's not effective as Cheryl tries to go in for the beatdown in the open. 2 kills. He took down the strongest players of the match number 1. Talking about standing on business. Cheryl doing God's work.
Yeah, but it's not yet over. Cheryl, you get 2 kills off this run, but unfortunately for you, that is just bad luck there as you get taken away as soon as you earn your spotlight.
Oh, that's just bad. Now we got more gunfight here. Tucson takes down next. And also getting that resource is very useful, but gonna have to activate that medkit later on because now he's feeling the pain of that danger zone. In this 12 minutes of action, already 10 players going down. A lot more action compared to that match number 1. This is what we live for on this Blackout map. Do or die. We saw 2 players already going down that is heavy favorites to win this entire thing. So now it's only down to Risha, who's still very much alive in this match number 2 to maintain the same type of consistency in this match moving forward.
Terrazix finding Cheryl out was such a bummer, to be honest. I mean, Cheryl was already like feeling the, the momentum. Then all of a sudden, Terrazix was like, "Hello," and Gabe, all right, get out of my face. But hey, Leps tries to go for the challenge from afar, but fortunately, you have a trickster, drops the psychosis out in the battlefield, and will be able to stay alive for another wave. Such a close call there for Leps.
Yeah, nice gameplay for him now. Gets himself back into the house. I mean, this is going to be a nice poltergeist, right? Nice gameplay for him here, just to try to distract that player, Liana. Now that guy is just going to try to back away because he's feeling the pressure of these 2 players trying to get up on him, which turns out to be a fake out. Kage no Bunshin no Jutsu.
You have been watching too much anime, brother.
I know, man.
And that's crazy. Nar, here, Nan, San. Looking like he wants to go for the nade. Might just be able to get anything out, but look at that FHJ. Detects the car and he was like, okay, never mind. I'm going to be using my snowboard instead.
The snowboard is the safety route moving forward here, right? By the time that you head into that P15-minute mark, there's already someone that has an FHJ that matches your winner odds of winning this. We saw it on that PH region. A double Ito, he was running around with a hover bike. Boom! Got exploded by an FHJ by Branny. But crazy Nar. I mean, this is just a nice spot for him, right? He's got the high ground. Just need to be able to take care of Tucson, who's going to be attacking from the rocks through shore side. Now, he's going to be caught into a big pinch here. If San decides to move out, he might just be able to get a 2-for-1 here.
Yeah, but looking like the nature here for the set of San, he just wants to stay inside of the cabin and not go out at all. Tucson looking like he wants to go exactly the same route here. Is crazy. Nar is just in between these 2. If only they know that if we just find the timing right, then could possibly get the kill. But looking like they are just going to be playing this one safely once again. I don't mind it. I really appreciate that they are taking this one slow and ensuring that they just have the best odds of winning and possibly earning a different spotlight. Because come again, we've already seen UG out of the competition. Same goes for Side Propo.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that. Right now, it's going to be between Risha and this other contenders as still part of that no man's land right through mid. Right now, for Tucson, he's gonna get himself attacked here by the poltergeist that we got here for San, right? the trickster for San. And Crazy are slowly snaking his way into a building. Just did not commit any sound keys that might throw away his opportunity to take a kill here. He's already gotten himself one. Does he got the angle on Tucson across the building? No information so far. You're leaving yourself in the open where you might just get shot from behind.
In regards to the players alive here, the most kills that we have been able to see here so far is just one. No multi-kills notches yet. But, you know, in regards to, like, the players that has been taken away, we did get to see, like, what, Cheryl accumulating, like, 2 to 3 perhaps before he goes out. But in regards to, like, the current existing players, no one not just yet. I mean, close call right there for a set of necks, but at the same time, he is able to drive off that ADV. So everyone's just taking things so slow, but finally on the feet, we got to see Liana finds Rygan away from the battlefield.
This is just a long stand-up between 3 players, right?
You make really good voice impressions, Callie.
I just caught you off guard there, man. I tossed it right back after tearing that one apart. Liana, I mean, that's fresh off of a kill. He's got a little bit more players beside that Sterex, as well as Crazy J on your screen. Finally, someone with the hoverbike.
The last time we got to see a hover bike, everything didn't really go to as planned. But hey, Crazy Nar is next to MQS Tucson, behind the wall. Peek out, boy. I don't know. I'm not so certain if Tucson knows exactly that there is going to be a player right there. But goes for the hop up, going to go for the challenge. Wow. Rewinds back. That is such a good rewind. But looking like it is still going to be Tucson here, eager to go for the shutdown. But you don't want to rush things. Good things may come to those who wait.
Now Tucson now trying to get the push inside. Elimination with the Jack 12. Crazy Nar gets sent back down to the lobby. But information for the couple of players right beside this area on the map, Guppy and Kinks. Gonna be right beside Crazy J. Liana just skipping himself, tucked inside off the circle. Very nice way for him to try to fool everybody down here. Crazy J not able to spot that information onto Liana.
Not yet. Liana, though, it's gonna be crawling here. Not sure when this psychosis will expire. But Crazy J spots one here, gonna try to hop out. And now we get to see the psychosis invested now. Looks like there was a bug right there, but hey, it doesn't matter. Crazy J goes for the rewind from the back. Liana gets the call, finds the shutdown, and that's gonna be a 2 here for Liana.
Yeah, that was just 3 players that he had to deal with there. One is the only real player, and unfortunately for Crazy J, could not get the real player to be taken down. That's going to be Liana with 2 kills. For Tucson, he's got 3. Right beside is going to be Cyrene. Tucson just trying to get some info on this high ground. Liana gonna try to take down San right off close and personal. And that elimination gives him 3 in total for match number 2. We only got 8 players left.
Now looking like we got a nominee already and who can possibly be the MVP for this very game. But look at the dance move here for Tucson. Oh my days! How does he win the gunfight?
You got salsa and smooth. Tucson
Operator.
gets away with life. And now might just be able to get himself an opportunity to gank one more member inside of this buildings. No information yet for him, but he keeps himself alive in contention for the #1 placement to end match 2.
What just happened? We get to see sprees over sprees for Liana. And Tucson gets a what? Dance moves locked in to get the kill. And look at this. Nezo engaging. Starting off the fight against Terazix. But unfortunately for him, he has the shield, but it's not going to deploy the full form. So he only has this little barrier to play with. And this is not looking so good for him. Terazix has the tree, has the box. And he has to find a means to run away. He can't stay for too long. Fortunately, he does have the snowboard to play with, but it's not gonna matter for Terazix.
Nice shots for him. It takes a great aim to take down a guy with a snowboard. And that gives him 3. Tucson looking like he's in a prime position to win this along with Terazix. And now the long range engage gonna be working, but not enough to get the confirming blow. Terazix is in a very bad spot here. Tucson throws up a nade. Does it connect? It's going to be very tough If you are currently Terrasex because you only got yourself a 3 to find a cover for, while Tucson has got the angle on you.
Terazix, Tussin, Liana. Those are my top 3 here so far, but all of a sudden, Nax finds Terazix out, lowers down the number to just 4. We got Leps, we got Tussin, we got Liana, and we got Nax as our top 4 players, Callie. But looking like one player will go down right now.
And that is going to be Liana falling behind. And that's going to be 3 players left. We are on a hill. That's going to be Leps, Nax, as well as Tucson. That's the last 3 players standing. Tucson looked pretty good off the start. He's got himself 5 kills and just roaming around the map with a vehicle, just trying to cause so much chaos. Now he's going to be pretty lucky. No one has got an FHJ to work around this map here right now. He's pretty confident. He's stuck in the middle though. So if he gets engaged by 2 fronts, he's a gunner.
Lex has an ASM. Not really the best weapon of choice here. Explains why he only has 1 kill, but come again. He can back it up to claim the last and final shot. You don't have to go for the kill, not just yet. Just let them do the heavy job and just barge in at the right time. You might just be able to steal this game away, but decides to go for a spray down up against Tucson. He won't be able to convert. Nax is just waiting on top. Tucson is just circling around. Leps is down below. And I don't exactly know how Tucson is still alive for this time being, but the zone will start to shrink now.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be condensed, and Tucson needs to get away with that vehicle. Leps is just trying to shoot his shots, but cannot really get the angle on that. Nax now be able to get the high ground. He's got the best spot possible on this map. Now it's going to be Leps trying to get that beat down. Tucson hops back. Can we see a clock? Perfect. He gets denied. Tucson hops away from that vehicle to take that last player down. And Tucson wins map number 2 with 6 kills plus the 10 points he gets for placing number 1. That's 16 points that he's able to get.
Yeah, tying up the record here for Brandy off the Philippine region. Props to you, Tucson. And gotta admire as well the intelligence that was involved with the play that he was able to put up to close out the game right there, Callie. Circling around with a motorcycle. Let them do the killing. And once we got to see the 3rd player go out, he hops out, call for the shutdown, knowing for a fact that the last player he had to deal with had to go for a reset. He didn't give enough time for him to do so, and he just went straight for the kill, swooped it down, got a lot of kills, and the number 1 placement point.
That's going to be taking a lot of confidence to actually just roam around the middle of that circle because it was very compact. With a vehicle, yes, you're really able to put in a lot of that pressure. And once the circle was closing in, he let the circle pressure these players to make that move, knowing that he's got a lot of mobility in this match. Once those players decide to engage, the players were down to their low HP, and Tucson just was able to pick up that last kill to get himself this number 1 spot. And that's going to be pretty huge for him, right? We did not see Risha, we did not see Yuji take away at least a top 5 placement here, so this guy might just be able to take that leaderboard ranking at the end of this matchup, so that's going to end up pretty useful for him to put himself in a spot where he'll be able to be in striking distance to be the champion of the MYSG Solo Battle Royale for the 2nd place.
I think most definitely we are going to be able to see like a pretty hill-to-hill match on that last and final round, which is going to be back to isolated, by the way. But come again, Callie, did you expect it to be this close? I think you fairly did, man.
Yeah, I mean, partly right. I did say off stream that this is going to be a very tight match between all of these players because they are evenly matched compared to the Philippine bracket region that we got here for Community Gladiators Solo Battle Royale. And it seems like it's going to be panning out the same case here for MYSG, right? My predictions were partly right. I did say it's going to be different winners every time, and totally live up to the hype. Tucson was able to get this win right here, and it was totally unexpected, right? We were thinking that Yuji was really able to get this noble, but he was kind of cut across the map, and that opens things up for more opportunities for these players stuck at that middle of the standings to climb their way up, and getting himself above everybody else is Tucson on this map too.
Yeah, I mean, MQS Tucson got it through, and I'm just so happy to see a different separate winner here, Callie. I mean, unlike the Philippine region where Brandy was able to win like the first round of isolated and the only map of Blackout, but on the latter part, fortunately someone was able to take it away. But enough to be said, we are now going to be in this MYSG region, which Shockingly, time goes by so fast. We're already at the last and final round here for the solo battle royales here, man.
I did not expect this to end very, very fast. I wanted 5 maps, man. 5 maps for each region. That's how much I want to cast Battle Royale again. And the great part about this is that we got solo Battle Royale today. And tomorrow, we got the squads. So much chaos about to happen there. But we're going to continue our solo Battle Royale MYSG match number 3 right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned on this action.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Synthwave Showdown.
Changing mag. Cover me.
The Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
And we welcome you back to Community Gladiators. We are down to our final map in our MYSG Solo Battle Royale, and joining you for this show once again for the final time, it's going to be Kelly down here with Warden. And man, we saw back-to-back games where it was different winners. So that's going to be nice setup here that we got for the MYSG region. We will be able to take a look at our standings later on and see who's going to take the #1 spot. But loving the first two maps. I can't wait for this match number 3.
I mean, yeah, you take a look at Tucson, you take a look at Ration for being able to win those respective rounds. And come again, I want to see a different one here on this third one, because this MYSG bracket that we have here for the solo battle royales is darn interesting here, Callie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at our standings here right now. It is Miss Tucson with 24 points as a 10-point lead that she's got up against Yuji and Risha. So just because of that great gameplay, that 6 kill performance on that map number 2, plus the 10 points that she got on that map, just brings her to the top now. It's just all about taking care of the points that you got. You got a 10-point lead. You don't have to play for kills. Just try to play for a placement, which what you did on that map number 2.
Yeah, most definitely, man. I mean, placement points is truly the main narrative here, and especially if you really want to rack up those those points in total. No, elimination points can come pretty handy to just have the cherry on top of the cake. But in regards to putting up the impact, you really have to sustain yourself until the very end and win that last and final clash to, guess what, claim that free 10 point for you, which is absolutely not free because you did work hard for it.
Yeah. well, I'm looking into the stuff that we got here, right? We did mention earlier that there are some players where they had a great map number 1, they just have a mediocre mid game. And right now in that mid-match, that was Yuji and Risha. They were kind of getting caught behind. Too much aggression led to their early demise, and that opened this #1 spot to be taken over by Tucson. And now it's just about getting herself to be more consistent more than ever to take care of it, because 6,000 CP is on the line here, Warden. That's a lot. That's one full draw right now in the game. And I want me some of those.
Now, man, I mean, if you guys want some CP as well, keep in mind we got like a 2x multiplier here. So hey, get some CP right now and you're gonna be able to get double what you paid for, and that's just adding up to everything out here. And if you guys want to have your hands on the new battle pass, we got a Clip to Miss Cryptic, we got a Crash Knuckle Duster, we got Ruin Rage Overkill, Part Nova Glamour Mob. But the most important part here, guys, is that BP50 and Ash to Ash skin, epic skin that you get to unlock when you have that battle pass. So come on again, guys, it's just time to suit up now for the Synthwave Showdown.
If you just want to play the games, right, multiplayer as well as the Battle Royale rank has reset. So if you want to be part of the leaderboard, the race to the top just began today. So you're not missing out just yet. So make sure that you are going to be able to log in, update your game to be able to play and witness yourself to be part of that leaderboard. I can't wait to see you up there, right? This year, this season, last season, I was part of the top 200, by the way, in multiplayer. So I was really grinding my way into that. And you should be too, because Gotham is the best.
Yeah, most definitely, man. I mean, you're the best as well, Callie. I mean, I gotta hand it down to you.
No, you're
glazing
me. You're glazing me.
I am not glazing you. First of all, you have massively improved. Last time I went, the second to the last time I had a 1v1 against you, I absolutely destroyed you. And then the last time, the most recent time I 1v1 against you, you taunted literally in front of me and all throughout the people. But hey, enough of us, enough of our story with 1v1, because 1v1 is absolutely something we're going to talk about, in the third day for this one. We're going to be heading straight to the third round here. Back to isolated we go, and looking like the flight path here is going to be slicing, coming from the start near Black Market, and looking like it is looking to be a pretty solid one here, Callie. I mean, everything is going to be pretty much occupied. I think Dormitory might not just be an option here, but the rest would live on.
An interesting drop here for Uga Buga. This is the first time we see him in a place where there's no one really able to contest him. So now he's just got all of these resources all on his own. Just gotta get the needed requirement for him, then that's going to be 2 primary weapons, and HS will be pretty nice for him to have off the start to be able to get those close-range gunfights to favor his way. And obviously, in this side of the map, there isn't really a lot of players just getting them subs to lock in. So, yeah, just gonna try to put yourself in a spot where you get all the resources, you move out, get those cheap terminal upgrades later on.
Come again, I wouldn't be so, picky or nitpicky in regards to like who's going to be playing this one safely. Come again, guys. This is officially the last and final round for the solo battle royales here. We had Philippines already done. SGMY's turn here to see who's going to be able to rack up enough points to claim that number 1 and number 2 spot for their very own bracket. Come again, Mextusen, she has been able to claim 24 points. A bit of a trail there for the side of Yuji and Raisha. But let's see if they're going to be able to turn things around for this last and final round.
Here we got Risha. Speaking of the devil, she managed to get the number 1 spot earlier with only 2 kills and then got in 10 points just from placement on that map number 1. Kind of fallen behind of this tournament match number 2. Now she needs a major bounce back to earn that number 1 placement back to her spot. Now Skid is going to be very close. Now this is where you want to try to evade some of these fights, right? If you're Risha, because you got a lot to lose here. You're currently at number 3. You lose this gunfight, you got nothing in return.
Yeah, you really have to find a means to play this one safely. And at the same time, if you are eager to rack up those elimination points, all because of the fact that you have been pretty slacky in regards to like the first 2 rounds, then you might just go for it. After all, you don't get no chances anymore. You really have to make the best out of this. You take things too slow and you're just going to be settling for right below where the prize pool is at, which is, by the way, 1st and 2nd, which in the current standing, Mextusen and Yuji is the only players out there. But if you want to talk about the gap actually between Mextusen and Yuji, it's a 10-point gap here with Mextusen on the lead.
Yeah, that's a huge lead that you got, right? Since the only the high points that you're going to get here is 10 points. That's replacement. You're going to have to perform with at least 8 kills here to try to beat that. If ever we do have our player Tusen get a little bit more of a placement points plus kills in this match itself. For Rygon, we saw him a lot on the kill feed, just dropping in the clown operator skill. So much gain and unit dead, but not a lot of kills to his name. Something's gonna change here for him. Just gonna try to stay on the cliff side, just waiting for a gunfight to happen on the flip side. On Sakura map, we got Risha with a sniper, gets the kill! Skidis with the right click AMR, a 1-shot 1 kill. That guy got a haircut, man.
What kind of a haircut now, Callie?
We've been in this. It's a mohawk.
A mohawk. I mean, for me, if it's a headshot with a sniper, I think, best believe it's a reverse mohawk because it's between your hair, cutting it off, burning it down.
Silk Road. It's the Silk Road that you're gonna have, bro. Oh my.
Raisha, by the way, we haven't been able to see a lot of those sniper kills. And Raisha brought it to us, but hey, moving over now, we got a 117 and a Kiki9 here for a set of Yuji. Gonna drop down inside of the Sanitarium here, and looking like he wants to call for a reset. Ooga Booga wants some vengeance.
Oh, yo, he's got himself an AK-117 and a QQ9 here, right? So he's really gonna have to let this player just get in a big pressure. Do not let him get any of this high ground. There's going to be some grapples that can be utilized here to hop up. And Ooga Booga is just trying to maintain that dominance right there, but Chuji has got something in mind. Remember, this guy had an off game when at match 2. He's looking to try to put himself back at that number 1 spot, but easier said than done. The kill feed though, Cheryl, able to take down Rygon on your screen. That's the Lintra trying to take down Crazy J on the chip terminal.
Crazy J gonna be trying to hop in here, closing in the distance, but unfortunately that's not gonna be the best challenge for you.
What?
Why would you go for the fight when there is just gonna be exactly?
Oh no. And now it's just all about this open fight. Lintra so courageous about this attack. Collapse cannot really get those conversions. He's got a mechanic. Don't think that's the right operator here to take down Lintra.
I mean, you can absolutely invest this and probably offer more diversion. But it's going to take a bit more than just that, though. Lintra to Lintra. crossing the road now. Why are you crossing the road to Lintra? Do you want to meet your demise? This distance right here. The timing is right. Labs can just go for the shutdown. He's out in the open, but unfortunately missing every shot. Oh no!
There's one more player right beside it. That's going to be Yuji. Now he's gonna helicopter to play around Leps. Still, the best part about this is he's got some high ground in control. He can activate that mechanic drone just to stun Yuji in here. Now he's able to utilize that. That's going to capitalize the attack onto Yuji right now. He drops down. Can we see the eliminations to go through? No.
No bullets.
Shots. It's just potatoes this point. You're gonna build yourself a potato corner franchise, Leps. He's gonna get picked down by Lincha. Now it's a 1v1 across the hill. That's going to be Lincha and another player from the water side. That's going to be Cheryl.
Cheryl, Yuji has met before. Didn't really go to the way of Yuji last time. Can we see a bit of a revenge run as well? Now Yuji's gonna be calling for the helicopter, but looking like he wants to bounce back. Is this the best decision, or is this the worst decision out there? He is between two players here, and looking like he wants to go for it now. And unfortunate for you, boy, you're gonna get punished by Cheryl.
Yuji was the #1 player in that match 1. Now he is taken down. That means there's one less player to worry about on the standings if you're Tucson. Lintra and Cheryl. They've been holding this angle for so long, especially for Lintra on this cliff. Been the mountain goat.
Cheryl coming in. Talintra is still going to be inside of the zone. Talintra needs to find a means to move out quick. Cheryl's going to be involved into the storm as well. And looking like they are just going to be hesitating, but Cheryl is so eager to get the kill. But Talintra has fallen away already. Nothing much to be found here for Cheryl.
I mean, you just gotta really admire the patience here, right? Everybody just want to get some kills, and for Cheryl, he's not doing pretty bad, right? 2 kills to his name. Gonna try to hit that car. No chance whatsoever, but at least a hover bike that's gonna be able to have to move around the map. Risha still hopes of becoming the #1 player very much alive. You know, he's just gonna need to find a couple of kills and also get into a position where she's gonna be able to take that #1 spot.
I mean, MQS Tucson is still alive and kicking, but unfortunately no kills not just yet, so wouldn't be so surprised as well if this is going to be on the run for Racer to try to take this one away. Could be for Cheryl, we don't exactly know, but Nax here is going to get trailed by Cheryl off this hover bike, and yep, this is looking to be like a movie directed by Michael Bay.
Hey, now it's a Fast and the Furious turning into some gunfights. Now, Cheryl, I mean, it was she's just too greedy with these kills, man. And she's just, you know, trailing behind everybody he sees on the map and just following them, right? Everywhere you go, every step you take, I'll be watching you. And right now, that's the same thing Cheryl's doing. 2 kills, looking to try to make it 3 with this rapid chase at some point. Nax will look to try to contest him. But so far, no lock on that. It's going to be able to get some couple of sprays, but not enough to get an elimination.
Has a Bison and a 117-in-1 loadout is something that, you know what, I'll take in some way. Not really the best fire rate there for the side of the Bison, but one thing for sure about this very weapon is that it has barely any recoil, so might just be able to rely on it as well from the distance. But the 117 is obviously a safe choice here for Cheryl. Does have everything so far. I mean, his chip is upgraded, does have the weapons, and soon enough the attachments as well. Only 1 blue. If you can complete the full purple, then hey, has every element to clear out this game. Let's just see if Cheryl can actually run it down.
Now for Uga Puga, down here at the black market, gonna have one player. He's gonna have 1 player up against me. That's going to be Propo, a player that we did not really see create so much impact on that match #2, but scored 4 kills at least on that match 1. But if he does want to be able to get that #1 spot, right, needs to do God's work here. Need to be able to find a lot of his eliminations, needs to hunt down every player he sees, but that is a big risk. They try to play too aggressive, that's going to be you omitting demise. On the other side of the map, though, it's going to be T-Rex. And yeah, looking good so far on the custom loadout. He's got every game he wants. And on the other side, it's going to be a beatdown with the AK-117 from Nezo. Nax finally going down.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be his first kill here, but there is still going to be another player to go. It's going to be on top here. That is going to be his Kings just right around the ridge. Now he gets spotted out here with Nezo, and I think Nezo is pretty hungry. He wants to go for it. He wants to go for a chase. Can he find his interception? Looking like he flipped the ATV, and now this is the perfect time for him to strike. Can he get the kill?
Yeah, now it's going to be 1v1. Rewind the reverse card to jump off of Kings. Want to play with the Fennec to shred that guy to pieces. That's going to give him 2 eliminations. Now a couple of more players is going to try to gang him up, strike him while it's weakest. Can he survive the gunfight? Another rewind will be hit. And Nizo keeping himself alive, but the danger zone, the pain is going to be felt, and he's going to go down to the ground.
But no kills there for Shallow. So no points accumulated right there. Very unfortunate. A lot of investments, but hey, at least you do get some resources. So it's still somewhat of a win here for Cheryl.
Yeah, big W for Cheryl. At least now you're going to have an AK-117 now for GRX. He's going to be able to take down, Sierra. So also for Propo, going to be eliminated. Now we're down to our last 11 players. And GRX is just sitting beside gold mines here. So many resources able to get, and now in a position to maybe even win this match.
Well, it's currently 11:26. The player count, not the time. And we are now, reaching the 14-minute mark here so far. About to transition into phase 4. But look at this. Talintra going to be crossing Terrazix. And he's going to try to go for the shutdown as well. But Talintra was like, nope, not going to have nothing away from that. Let me get some time. Let me get some time here to reset and try to scout out the vicinity before I head straight for this engagement.
Talintra is a ghost right now. He's just sneaking way behind that player that's going to try to take down Guppy on the other side of the map. Just trying to roam around freely, trying to get some sound cues, maybe some gunshots that will help him determine where he does want to go. Tucson is just going to be on top of the hill. I'm not sure Guppy has that info on it right now. But with this kind of abilities you're going to have, right? Obviously, you're going to be able to meet some of these players. Now, Tucson on the other side, he's going to have the high ground, getting some overlook up against these 2 players available that he might just be able to eliminate.
We got Boss Snap here with only 1 kill. Tucson's going to try to go for the spray down to claim Boss Snap away. And now,
oh no,
Nap is going to be trying to run for a dear life. But unfortunately, Tucson's accuracy might just be a bit too much, but can't find the last 2 shots to connect to confirm the kill. And Tucson is still trying as much as she can. She just can't confirm Nap away.
A nice zigzag as we're seeing here for Nap right now. It's the Marceline that's just doing God's work here for Nap to keep himself alive. Tucson, the map 2 winner, scoring a lot of eliminations. Just looking to try to build it up, right? We are down to our last 8 players. Looking to try to at least get a top 3. Guppy now about to close it down with the hoverbike. Nap almost got run over.
Fortunately, the hoverbike hovers. Because if not, would have been straight to the water.
Yeah.
Guppy with no kills. Oh, bro. A hoverbike that is color green and isolated on the last and final round. This is giving me trauma and deja vu.
At the boy, tall, if you guys don't know the context of that, Guppy, I mean, I just tried to run over some players. That will be the highlight here. Let's see if we can get one as this circle closes in. Right now, you're going to have to make that move. That will be perfect time for Guppy to get some eliminations with the hoverbike. I see him having a couple of friends around that Cheryl with the hoverbike too. Trying to run over is going to be the meta here. So if you are in a position where you got some vehicles, just try to use it right now. Nice way to time that operator's going to make those gunfight. Risha survives the onslaught from Cheryl, but fight not yet over. Gonna take down Nep. What you got? You got 6 kills. We're down to our last 6 players.
Oh my days, but Risha is going to be inside of the zone. Fortunately, it stops just no near. Going to be putting himself into the mixer, but Mixtuson is going to be around the vicinity as well. Mixtuson drops down. Risha goes for a spray down, and Mixtuson is going to get eliminated inside of the zone. Risha right now has the best odds of winning this whole tournament for the Souls Battle Royale.
Oh, you want to get the #1 spot now? If you're Risha, just gotta stick around the corner. It is going to be possible for you to win this. Take that 6,000 CP in your favor at the end of this MYSG Solo Battle Royale Showdown match number 3. This is where it all ends. UG already lost his chance to take the #1 spot. It's a race between Tucson as well as Risha. And to start it all off, heading into this match 3, it was a 10-point lead that we got for Tucson. Right now, if you are Risha, you already got 6 kills. If you get the 10 points on that map, #3, #1 placement finish, that will be huge for you to turn the narrative around and get this one over with.
But it's gonna be tough. Terrorix is still alive. Santa has been pretty silent, but Rachel finds another one. Lowers down the number to just 3. And she's not gonna be stopping at all. Rachel wants some more. If I was Rachel right now, just haggle down, prone in a corner. Wait for things to play out and have the better odds of claiming the 10 points at that #1 position, at the #1 spot.
The safe zone is collapsing.
Man, I mean, Guppy and GRX are just so far outside, right? There's no players that Risha has to take care of in this area on the map. And everybody just gotta get themselves away from this, right? Looking at our view on this, Guppy and GRX. They're going to be the players that are going to be close by on this next circle that's about to move into. So if you're Risha, you gotta make a move, right? Get a vehicle, get inside of this circle.
Guppy's gonna be inside now. So far, we gotta wait for the circle to close out. 70% there. And only till then, once we move over to the next phase. Maybe till then, we get to see these last 3 players meet for us to find out the decider of it all. Who's gonna be reigning top in this very solo battle royale in this MYSG region?
Risha just needs to get this #1 to secure the victory on this battle royale matchup. But we got GRX now getting so much damage. You got Risha with a sniper. Gonna be pretty useful to take down Guppy, as well as GRX on a long-range engage. Now he's just gonna try to wait it. He's got the best area on the circle. So now you're just gonna let this player just come through you. Shoot them with your AK-117 or your sniper.
The sniper might just be the option here. Come again, we're talking about the gold attachment already for the sniper. And if I can't believe we just didn't find Terrorix, not just yet. Guppy and Terrorix are just gonna be across each other here. Racer doesn't even need to make any moves at all. Perfect spot for her on this ridge. And Guppy and Terrorix is gonna get forced to rotation, so regardless, Racer should be able to spot either one of them.
But easier said than done, right? We got to get this circle to close in once again to fully understand who's going to win this matchup right here. It's all going to get decided on this. Last 3 players standing. TRX so far away from the circle. He has to make that move, but he has to worry about Guppy on the other side of this building that he's currently holding at the moment. And also, if he does take that gunfight, Risha is going to have a great angle on this with the sniper, which he already does. Trying to get this lockdown on his long range. It's fully going to work. The pressure is on.
Yeah, pressure's on him. Terrorix about to win this very gunfight, but Guppy denies, and Guppy doesn't have any HP. Ratio wins this last and final round.
That's a 2 wins that he managed to get here. Risha, map 1 winner and match 3 winner. Did it a lot better this time at Isolated with 7 eliminations plus the 10 points. That beats out 4K Branny's score in a map. The highest was 16 for him. Risha's got 17. What a massive turnaround for Risha. And we might just be able to see our winner for MYSG Solo Battle Royale.
And that should be it. Should be enough to just make a call that Risha is the champion for this one. The gap between her and McStussen is just drastic there, Callie. My days. Surely Blackout is not her map, but you want to talk about Isolated? Give it up to her. And something about Risha is that on the first round, okay, I was like, okay, won the round, didn't really have the most eliminations, might just be a passive player. This time, got the call, just went all out YOLO, took away McStussen, took away everyone that she needed to, put down to the ground to be able to secure this #1 placement.
The most impressive part about Risha is that she won 2 maps with different operator skill. The first map was a clown who was using those K9s to distract his enemy, especially Yuji at the end, where he had to focus so much on the dogs, and it paved the way for Risha to find the lockdown and win that map with only 2 kills, right? Map 2, you said it was really a fall off for her. Could not really get anything going on. But in map number 3, where now he utilized a rewind skill, it paid dividend, right? We saw him about to get pinned down, hit that rewind button. Now he had the reverse jump on one of his players, and he scored a lot of kills here, 7 in total. And that just made it possible for her to be in a contention to becoming the top contender, the top winner for MYSG, which we are about to find out as we gather our match results for this match itself, Warden.
I just don't want to spoil anything here, man. But my days, the gap between Mixtusin and Raisha is just something that you all have to wait and see. Such a close one here, Callie.
Yeah, Tosin was kind of playing it a little bit too passive for me on this map number 3. You saw him, she was just kind of far away from all of the engagements. Well, she did try to rotate with the card and got shot by Risha. Then she decided to get some eliminations, right? She decided to close that distance down. And the next thing she know, it was Risha, the top eliminator of the map number 3. It was just an instant delete there. And Risha, obviously, removing Tucson away early in the game means that the placement points is not going to be favoring Tucson a lot. And she has to rely on the placement point. She has to rely on her kills to be able to really increase the points through map number 3. Risha's got everything in line, right? Major bounce back for her. Let's see if she'll be able to take it home here today.
You know, as we all thought as well, it was gonna be like bound to be like UG to really have this vengeance run towards like Blackout and the last map of Isolated. It wasn't really the case. I mean, if you really sum things up, I think he was only able to claim like 14 points in total. And obviously, before we even started off the last and final round, 24 was given to the side of Mixtusin. So it's not going to be a viable thing to even like bring out here anymore, because keep in mind the prize will only revolves around the number 1 player and the number 2 player, which is getting 6,000 CP and 4,000 CP for the second place.
You're not bad off with 4,000 CP, right? That's still a 1 full draw in the game itself, which I really think is going to be pretty huge. Right now we are going to take a look at our match standings through map number 3. Let's see who's going to be able to take that number 1 spot. The big reveal, cue in the music. It's Risha with a 2-point lead to take the number 1 in the MYSG showdown in this Battle Royale. And that's what we were saying, man. That 10 points she got through placement on that match number 3, what's the difference maker?
And I think like the biggest factor here as well is really just the way that the circle played to her favor. She didn't have to rotate. She didn't even have to deal with the last 2 players. It was just them going up against one another. Terrazix against Guppy. Guppy was able to take down Terrazix, and he tried to grapple towards inside of the zone, but unfortunately it was a bit too late. And Raisha was there sitting like a queen on top of the mountain, didn't even have to do much, just got handed the win off that very last casualty.
That's a very tough part right there. Risha was the player that really played it consistent on the isolated map. UG, honestly, sitting at number 4, had tons of potential to really snowball that map 1 to a map 2 win, because he came off of a very impressive 5-kill performance on that map number 1, but just could not really put himself to a position where he can play passive on the mid game on Blackout, right? Everybody just kind of ganged up on him. He had a bad timing, and it turned out to be, you know, the start of the demise for him. Risha is gonna take this match right here. Callie and Warden is just really shocked about that, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked here. Congratulations to every winner here so far, and you know, just putting up the really great, entertaining gameplay. You know, we had our own fair share of personality there with like Brandy dominating the scene there for the Philippines, but for our run here for SGMY or MYSG, Callie, I think it might have served just the same type of nature, especially at the end where Raisha had been able to claim that one, the first and the third map right there, and it was basically the same as Brandy. But the thing about like Raisha here broke the records for having the most eliminations, and not only there's just that, winning that respective round.
It was a clutch too, right? That number 1 placement that she got on that match number 3 paid out dividend to win this entire thing, right? Just a 2-point difference between her and Tucson on that number 2 spot, 29 to 27. That right there is, you know, a great premonition of what's more to come, because we just end our solo battle royale for MYSG and PH, and tomorrow we got the 3 regions separated into 2 divisions, of course, playing the squad battle royale here this time. That's where all of the chaos will ensue, Warden, and you guys need to be able to tune in. That will be starting 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Well, yeah, definitely, Callie. I mean, I can't wait to see the squad for tomorrow. We got Four Kings, Blackfire, name it whatever you guys want. Callie, who do you think, who are you eyeing out for the battle royale tomorrow, for the squad battle royale tomorrow?
I feel like Four Kings and Blackfire is going to be an interesting narrative in this battle royale, right? And everybody is gonna stay tuned on that on the Philippine region. But Fear of God in MYSG is the team that I'm looking forward to the most. So you guys need to be able to watch it tomorrow. 5 p.m. is the start of our broadcast. Once again, the solo battle royale has concluded. 4K Brani for PH wins it, as well as Risha for MYSG. Congratulations on this big W. Tomorrow, we get more action. 5 p.m. plus HGMT. We'll see you there. Peace out.